Okay, I'm just gonna start because my hot chocolate still isn't ready. Howdy, howdy. Hold on, let me turn this down. Welcome in. Let me get this down a bit so I can hear myself. Oh, that's a little too low. Okay. Hey, welcome in. Let's see who we got here. We got Grackle. Before the stream starts. I don't know if you can call that first, though. I don't think it's first. T-Bird the third was first. Omni, welcome in. Yeah, A-okay, whatever. Alright. Ties and Wine, welcome in. Grackle, 10 minutes intro after being 12 hours late. Ice Beans is Axl Rose. I have no idea what you could possibly mean. Hey, Shadow, welcome in. What you doing streaming so late? It's been kind of a lazy day. I've been catching up on rest and chores and everything else. So I decided that we needed to have a evening stream rather than a morning stream. Let's see who else is in here. We've got Deez, welcome in. I'm full of sushi that Jet fed me. Jet? Who is Jet? Welcome in, Ergi. Let's see, something. Say hi to Jet, please. Hi, Jet. Is Jet your friend? Did Jet feed you sushi? Because that's a very good friend. Jet is your bestie? Yay! I love getting sushi with besties. Gas station sushi? What? The Valorant character? I actually, you know, when you say, I actually think of like Jet from Avatar rather than like, like, you know what I mean? Okay, hold on. Kitty time? Alright, here. Be right back. Let me grab the kitty. He looks so mad. He's so mad looking. He's like, how dare you interrupt my alone time in the kitchen? Hi, buddy. Yeah, we're about to swap him out and get the other cat too. Hi, bud. Yeah, you gonna let go of my thank you. Yeah. Look at his face. Hold on. Come on. Come on. Okay, hold on. Let me grab my hot chocolate and I'll be right back. Alright, I was not joking. I did in fact get, make hot chocolate. And I'm in my jammies. The jammies that I got for Christmas. They're kind of funny looking jammies, but I like them. Here, let me show them to you. They're like Christmas. It's like it's like flannel, but like different colors. I don't know how to explain it. But yeah, how was everyone's Christmas? Did you get anything good? If you did, tell me what you got. Did you know that they're making 4 more Avatar movies? I think you might be referring to like the James Cameron Avatar, right? Because I know about that. And yeah, I did hear that they are gonna be making in total there's supposed to be like 7. I got a Lambo, but it wasn't the color I wanted, so it's crap. Jesus Christ. I got a teacup that has a pocket piece for holding the tea bag. Oh, that's really cool, Female Unix. That's actually that's a really good idea. What did I get? I got I got these jammies. I got some new clothes. I got some money. That's always good, right? I also got some Lego, which came in the mail today. What else did I get? There were a couple things that I got. I would say the Lego's probably like the coolest one, but also I haven't decided what to get with the money yet, so theoretically the money could be the coolest gift, right? We did Gourmetin at my BF's parents on the first day of Christmas. On the second day of Christmas, we went to my parents and played board games. Oh, that sounds so cool. Yeah, Christmas, board games are actually really nice with family, like, because it gives you an excuse to like not talk about awkward things, maybe, or maybe that's where tensions rise. I don't know. If you're a normal family. We didn't play any board games this year. My brother did get engaged, so that was cool. And I helped him do it by like stalking him, like at his request, so that I could take a picture of the engagement, show up with the champagne and the roses. You know what I mean? I know it sounds bad. It's not. I didn't actually stalk him, okay? But I felt like a stalker because I had to wear. He proposed to his girlfriend on the beach, and so he drove out there. They drove there. I had to drive out behind them. I almost got seen a couple times. And then, but luckily, it didn't, and I made sure to keep like a good distance away from them, and they had to walk from the parking lot to the beach, and I thought for sure that they would see me then or at least that she would see me then, because the path was just like wide open. There wasn't anywhere that I could hide if she turned around. You know what I mean? There was no way. So I just like practiced like quickly turning around just in case she did. And I had my windbreaker on with the hood up, and like everything was drawn tight. That sounds like a Hallmark movie plot. Maybe. I got to see my mom throw my sister's fresh baked bread off the balcony. Wait, what? What happened there? What happened there? But yeah, so apart from that, our Christmas was pretty good. I am excited. Here, I'll show you the Legos. There are 2 sets that I actually kind of wanted. Apart from that, oh come on, that's pretty true. Also, welcome in, okay? You know what I mean. So one is this bamboo set, and then one is this like mini orchid. I already have a bigger orchid, but they came out with a mini orchid that I really liked. So I'm glad. So I might actually make these later, whenever we do React. So I'm just gonna set them here. But yeah, so I figured, but yes, with everything that happened, I decided like today was just my day to sleep in. I thought I was gonna be completely useless all day, but I did end up like waking up and getting out of bed and doing some chores and just, you know, being productive. So I thought, okay, let's chill in the evening, okay? Wait, Lego plants probably better since all your real plants die? Why would you do this? Why would you do me like this, Crackle? That's so mean. Beans buying stupid shit again, classic. Listen, okay? You can do what you want with your Christmas money. I'm doing what I want with my Christmas money. I have a list that's literally like called Santa Look Here, and it's got all the stuff on it that I would normally buy myself, but that I can't justify spending money on. And I think that that's like the perfect way to do gifts, okay? Because like gifts, it's like stuff you would really want, but that you don't end up buying yourself, you know? So yeah, Lego houseplants, don't judge me. Go fuck yourselves. Also, Mad Lad, thank you for the 1 bit from earlier. Hope you had a good Christmas. I'm sorry about that. I missed it. But yeah, I'm glad. Well, I feel like the holidays isn't really like over. Santa Look Here, Unisoy. Why is this still doing this? It's still not okay. Whatever. I don't know what's going on, but I don't know. Trump turned his back on MAGA, Ice Beans. Sad it's not over till New Year's. Wait a second. Trump turned his back on MAGA? Wait, did he side with Musk? Is that what happened? How are you feeling about that, Grackle? Yes, ma'am. I have heard about this implosion that's been happening. I do actually want to touch on it just a little bit before, you know, just to give you kind of my 2 cents on the whole, like, I mean, not necessarily like the Musk stuff, which is very delicious to watch, and like watch all the various people who supported Trump like realize that actually they're kind of not compatible with each other. Hey, Lilith. Trump is MAGA, he can't turn his back. Well, focus. Wait a minute, what do you mean focus? This is quite literally the unfocused part of my stream. Where we just come in and fuck around for a little bit. Lock in. Here, let me pull up the thing while I also hydrate ice edition. Okay, I'll get some water, but it won't be with ice, I think. If Trump doesn't separate from Musk now, I think MAGA is dead? Wait, what? No. I don't think so. I don't think it's gonna be as easy as that. I don't think it's gonna be as easy as that, Grackle. I mean, I don't want to say anything like definitive until it happens, because you never, like, okay, this is the other thing too, okay? I think we maybe don't think about this, but people have goldfish memories, like, especially when it comes to Trump, because whether you're a supporter of him or not, you have to admit that he goes between events very fast, right? Like, I feel like 1,001 things have happened with Trump in the same span of time that we've had any other president. You know what I mean? Like, he's always in the news about, like, something or the other, like some stupid shit he said, or something he's done, or some person he's insulted. And again, this is regardless of whether you like him or not, right? I feel like the Did you hit me up about a scout strategy? No, Mr. Mumbles, that was a scam. Please don't click on that. I'm so sorry. I meant to reach out to everyone that I accidentally did, but I clicked on a phishing thingy. So I'm so sorry about that. I need to go back and figure out who it was that I messaged. I told him to hit me up on Discord in case it was a scam. Okay, I appreciate that, Mumbles. Just ignore the link. You need to let them know. Well, here's the thing is that I messaged everybody who okay, so this is how the scam works. And I guess okay. For those of you who are on Steam, if you get a message from somebody that's basically like, can you help me, it basically looks like a, it basically looks like it's like a link that basically is like, you know, and they'll say like, can you help vote for my friend's like team on whatever. And then it gives you the link. And then when you click on the link and then you log in, whoever is online on your Steam, they get the same message from your account, and then it automatically blocks whoever it is that you messaged. So you can't see if they reply. Did you change your passwords? Not yet. Like, it literally just happened. Like, I literally just figured it out before stream. This is why it blocks them. Yes, that's pretty true. It's actually a good idea. Don't click any links ever. Hey, Chodley, thanks for the resub. Yeah, really, I should have known better.
Don't click any links ever.
Ice means, are you dating a German Nazi? No, I am not dating any German Nazis. No, it happens. I am the no. Stop. Okay, wait. Let's look at this. Let's look at the Let's see what that tweet is. I want to look at that tweet. Okay, where is it? Okay, this is the one. Okay. Here, I'm gonna turn it down even a tiny bit more. So I think, so I actually have a few opinions about this, okay? So let me see if I can just get this big. Okay, cool. So, Vivek tweeted out, I think this was over Christmas? Yeah, this was like literally after Christmas, okay? The reason top tech companies often hire foreign-born and first-generation engineers over Native Americans isn't because of an innate American IQ deficit, a lazy and wrong explanation. A key part of it comes down to the C word, culture. Tough questions demand tough answers, and if we're really serious about fixing the problem, we have to confront the truth. Our American culture has venerated mediocrity over excellence for way too long, at least since the 90s and likely longer. That doesn't start in college, it starts young. A culture that celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad champ or the jock over the valedictorian will not produce the best engineers. A culture that venerates Corey from Boy Meets World or Zack and Slater over Screech in Saved by the Bell or Stefan over Steve Urkel in Family Matters will not produce the best engineers. Fact, I know multiple sets of immigrant parents in the 90s who actively limited how much their kids could watch these TV shows precisely because they promoted mediocrity, and their kids went on to become wildly successful STEM graduates. More movies like Whiplash, fewer reruns of Friends. More math tutoring, fewer sleepovers. More weekend science competitions, fewer Saturday morning cartoons. More books, less TV. More creating, less chilling. More extracurriculars, yet less hanging out at the mall. Most normal American parents look skeptically at those kinds of parents. More normal American kids view those kinds of kids with scorn. If you grow up aspiring to normalcy, normalcy is what you will achieve. Now close your eyes and visualize which families you knew in the 90s, or even now, who raised their kids according to one model versus the other. Be brutally honest. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talent. And if we pretend like it does, we'll have our ass... Hey, Turtle, thanks so much for the sub. 34 months, holy shit. I appreciate it. No, hold on. I'll trigger Turtle Messiah in a second. Okay. Normalcy doesn't cut it in a hyper-competitive global market for technical talent. And if we pretend like it does, we'll have our asses handed to us by China. This can be our Sputnik moment. We've awakened from slumber before, and we can do it again. Trump's election hopefully marks the beginning of a new golden era in America, but only if our culture fully wakes up. A culture that once again prioritizes achievement over normalcy, excellence over mediocrity, nerdiness over conformity, hard work over laziness. That's the work we have cut out for us, rather than wallowing in victimhood and just wishing or legislating alternative hiring practices into existence. I'm confident we can do it. American flag emoji, American flag emoji. Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. Okay, but and rather than go through, well, I am kind of going to go through most of it. But I also want to provide some perspective that I think that people don't really that I guess I haven't seen really Americans really address too much, right? So basically, I think that Vivek is like quite apart from being completely wrong about the American side of education, right? He's very, very, very wrong about the stance that immigrant parents take. Or let's go further and say even more specifically, the South Asian side of things. Okay. I don't know about all Asians, right? But I can speak for the South Asian side of things, okay? First of all, immigrant parents don't limit how much their kids watch these TV shows because they promote mediocrity. If anything, immigrant parents are limiting this because it doesn't align with with the other cultural values, like for example, like dating as teenagers, or just like, the freedom that American teenagers have over like what they have comparatively in Sri Lanka or India or whatever. Okay, this does not happen. All right, this does not happen. Like the whole it's not because they promote mediocrity. It's literally because it just doesn't align with their cultural values. Okay, that's it. That's just literally it. And that's one thing. The second thing is, yes, absolutely. If you want to look at it, if you want to get down to kind of brass tacks and look at how like South Asian kids study and how what kind of pressure they're under to perform well at school, of course they have a lot more pressure. Like I had a crazy shit ton of pressure to perform well at school, and I did, right? But that is not a method that works for every kid. That is not a method that works for like even Sri Lankan kids, right? Or even South Asian kids. It doesn't work for every kid, right? You obviously had like neurodivergent kids. Like I was like, I'm pretty sure I've been ADHD since well before my adulthood, and like the only reason I performed well at school was because I was already kind of I was what you would call like bright, in that I could like cram for exams and then pass them, right? But then when it came down to whether I had like good study skills, I didn't really have that. So like, and that's not even touching like the giant can of worms that is the that is like how much pressure some of these kids are under in South Asia. Like, there's so much like, I'm not shitting you. I had a childhood friend who he would come over, his parents would come over to our parents' house all the time, like literally twice a week. I never saw him because he was at home studying. Like, his parents would make him study at home. Like, he never got to socialize because he was at home studying. Okay, this is just like a small example of what kind of pressure these parents put their kids under. That's not what I would say is like, that's not sustainable. Yeah, it's gonna produce it's gonna produce engineers, it's gonna produce doctors, it's gonna produce lawyers, sure. But especially if you have a child who doesn't quite fit into like that very narrow categorization, you're not gonna have a good time. As a kid, you're not gonna have a good time. As an adult, as a parent, you're not gonna have a good time because you're gonna expect your child to like conform to this like idea of like what a good student is, and especially if you don't know what their needs are, you're not gonna know how to deal with it. You know, it's just there's so many problems with this style of like like rearing that I don't know, like, boiling it down to like, fewer reruns of Friends, more math tutoring, fewer sleepovers. No, that's not how you're going to create, like, you're not gonna create, more engineers by just doing this. You know what I mean? Okay, hold on, let me catch up with Chai real quick. Who made the culture against education in college? Yeah, no, that McPherson, I'm not even touching that side of it, right? Because those points absolutely can be made. It's just like the thing that he's holding up as like what is ideal is not ideal, right? Hey Beans, I really like your manifesto. Hey Watsaku, welcome in. He's not wrong, but you'll get an increase in suicides. Dr. Ben, you're not wrong. Like, this is the thing, right? Like, that kid that I was talking about who like studied, like had to study at home, like, let's just say he's not doing well, okay? He's alive. He's not doing well, okay? He grew up very fast. Like, at some point, his parents were not able, like, they weren't able to control him forever. And when they stopped being able to control him, he grew up like this. Like, like, all the stages that the boys in my class went through, like, you know, where they were into cars, they were into girls, they figured out that they could download porn, like, all of those stages, he went through them so fast, and it was like way too late, and it just meant that he went off the rails, so to speak. Okay, let's put it that way. Asian cultures value education heavily. Extracurriculars and tutoring is a lot more prevalent among Asian students. Exactly, Chodale. Yeah, tutoring is almost a necessity in Sri Lanka anyway. It's very, very common to like get out of school and then go straight to like a teacher's house with some of your buddies so that you can get extra tutoring, and we call that like tuition. I don't know why we called it tuition, but we called it tuition. And it's basically that, you know. Like that was your evening, was that you would go to a teacher's house afterwards and do more studying. Stop coping, you know, TV destroyed you. The visa workers are predominantly from India though, and their collective IQ is lower than America. Jesus. Also the fact American workers are training them to be replaced. Stop simping for the 1% for 2 seconds. Wait, Grackle, who the hell are you talking to? When you're Italian, you have AIDHD. Those are not open jobs. They're quite literally replacing America. I don't know if you're responding to me, Grackle. You're gonna have to be more specific. Wait, what? I didn't know beans was... Oh no. You can download porn. Yes, you can, Dr. Man. It might hurt some people, but it might help more. What do you mean that's pretty true? Like, do you mean like the that the style that we grew up with is might help more people? Was the teacher hot? The teacher was never hot, okay? I can count on one hand how many times I had hot teachers. I guess you're leaving us. Listen, okay. It's just I don't know. I think that like I think this idea of here. Let's go back to this, okay? Because there's more that I wanted to respond to. Okay. Like, again, I think that the American educational system can do a lot if it wants to get on par with this with the type of dedication and talent that can come out of like South Asian countries, right? I absolutely think so. However, you can't just take like discipline and like a lot more control and just slap it on American kids and expect it to work. That's not how it's not gonna work the way you think it will, okay? You guys y'all simply do not have, like, this culture is not ingrained into your culture. That's it, right? But we don't know a better solution. I mean, I guess my point is that it's not necessarily that the South Asian solution is the better solution. You know what I mean? Like, because there are a lot of things that can be very toxic about the South Asian method of like education. Like, just as an example, you are compared to like your peers to a crazy degree, okay? Like, in my case, it was actually funny because I was always compared to Mr. Beans. Like, my mom would tell me that I needed to get grades like Mr. Beans did. And like it was very much the oh, you can get an A in this class, then you need to be getting A's. Like, from now on, we're just gonna expect you to get A's in this class every time. Right? Also, like, so you were like, fuck it, I'll just marry him? Yeah, like, I remember, like, I always remind Mr. Beans about this because there was this one time where he got a higher grade than one of his classmates did in Arabic, and this classmate was like, I think she was like Pakistani, and she was studying the Quran, and she was really good in Arabic, but he beat her in Arabic, and so I did not hear the end of this shit at my house, okay? Maybe the good solution is don't demonize school, don't demonize college, and don't glorify blue-collar dipshit work. I mean, look, okay, like, I think it's okay. Okay, on one hand, it's weird because I'm actually like, coming from my perspective, I think it's actually okay to be like, okay, you know what? Not everybody is a doctor. Not everyone's gonna be a lawyer. Not everyone's gonna be like a big fat, like, big wig somewhere, you know? It's okay if you're doing blue collar work. For me, it's like, if you can find something that pays your bills and, you know, enables you to live comfortably, then that's okay, you know? I'm fine. You don't have to be a lawyer. You don't have to be an engineer. Because that's kind of what because the opposite is true with us, right? With us, it's like, if you're not one of those things, then you're kind of worthless. And not only are you worthless, like, your family is, like, they can't brag about you. They can't say, like, you know, especially if they already have a child that is a doctor or a lawyer or an engineer or something, you know? It's like, oh yeah, my son, he's an engineer, and then my daughter is, you know, she's a Twitch streamer. Okay, I'm not just a Twitch streamer, okay? What are you even talking about? I mean, South Korea, Japan are the only Asian countries with higher percentage of college educated than America. Wait, I don't understand what your point is, Grackle. I'm sorry, I'm not sure if I understand your point, though. Hey, I'm the fuck up in my family. My sister is the engineer. Exactly. Like, I mean, look, okay, no, and Eon, I'm sure you're not a fuck up, okay? I'll take the fascism. Wait, what? Stop this shit. What is this? Here. Oh yeah, the the Richmond, north of Richmond. Yes, the stereotypes you were saying are not based in truth. I don't know what you mean, Grackle, because these are things that I've literally experienced. Like, wait, what? I guess I don't understand. What are you trying to say? Is I haven't made any claims about percentages of college education. I'm speaking about the culture that exists that pressurizes kids into doing, like, going into fields that they wouldn't ordinarily go into otherwise because they're conforming to cultural expectations. It's not that no, Grackle, I'm not saying that they are hard, determined students. I'm saying that this is the culture that's put on them. Okay? So the people that come out of that, the students that come out of the other end of the educational system with degrees and stuff, they seem like they are really determined, really smart, really talented, when in reality they are the product of, they're the product of their society, right? And just like how what was it when you know how, like, there's always there's that stereotype of, or maybe if it's I don't know if it's a stereotype per se, but you know how, like, there's a stereotype of like rich Asians in America, and it's because it used to be that, like, only the rich Asians could move here. I have to look into that, but I've heard that, like, that's, like, the reason why you have Asian people who are rich in America. I dropped out of college, trade school, and high school. I'm fairly comfortable with the fuck up title. Okay, look. Yeah, but, like, Aeon, this is the thing, is that, like, that's not, if you're someone who can take care of yourself, then, you know, I wouldn't consider you a failure, even if my South Asian culture would, you know what I mean? How is someone a product of their society when they come to America to be educated? Because they're ribbing, okay, Grackle, because part of the South Asian educational thing is that they send their kids abroad to get like good educations. Okay? Grackle might be cooking where we can't understand her. Here, I'll wrap this up real quick. But, like, I say that, and we'll probably spend like 10 more minutes on this. When I say a product of their society, just because you get sent to get your education in the UK or something, it doesn't mean that you're not escaping your cultural pressure to, like, you're probably being sent there to go to medical university or to law school or something. Do you not see the problem with that statement? Why wouldn't they have good education where they're from? Wait, it's not that we don't have good education where we're from. It's that most of the time, these families want the best, okay? They've heard about, like, Cambridge being, like, a really good fucking university. It's a big deal to have a degree from Cambridge University, from Harvard. Like, it's not... I don't understand what is, like, the issue with this. I'm not making any claim that, like, for example, Sri Lanka has the best universities, right? It's about the perception of, like, and also the clout that you get when you have a degree from, like, a prestigious university. I don't know what to tell you. That's a complete contradiction? How? Europe has better universities, considering American universities aren't even affordable to most people. Sure, Slav, but I would say in my experience that which university, like for example, a Sri Lankan family sends their kid to, America is certainly a choice. Most of the time, they are gonna go for places like UK is very popular. UK, Australia, Malaysia, China. Those are kind of the big ones, I would say. America is on that list, right? Especially if they have like an interest in like eventually moving to America. But I would say it really depends on like what they're looking to do. Usually if it's medical, I actually known quite a few people who went to China to get their medical like degree at. Hey, just another Twitch Lord, welcome in. All right. I don't really have too much more to say about this because I think that like again, I think that like the the university part of American education systems is fine, you know, at least like I mean as far as it relates to like the actual like quality of the education that you get. I do think that like there is probably some cultural shift that could maybe happen towards being more like serious and like, you know, encouraging your children to do better in school. But then I think you do have to then put your money where your mouth is and say, and like kind of like McFiston was saying, you kind of have to like stop demonizing like public healthcare, public education and stuff, right? How could people too dumb for tech teach the geniuses anything? I mean, Grackle, I don't know if you've been following anything that I've been saying, dude. I know young Americans who have gone overseas to get their professional degrees in math and physical science and med just to avoid the socio-political nonsense in these schools. Sure, just another tweet. That's interesting because I don't really know like too many Americans who have done the opposite, you know, like left America to go elsewhere to study. You know, most of the time when I see Americans leaving home, it's like they're leaving to go to another state, you know. Goddamn, Grackle. Jesus Christ. Okay. I mean, that's pretty much it. That's what I wanted to say about this. Like, this part is just silly. Like, celebrates the prom queen over the math Olympiad. Like, bro's been watching too much TV, dude. Bro's been watching, like, the stereotypical, bro's been watching too many sitcoms, and he thinks that this is actually how, like, schools work, okay? This defines SEA aunties. Okay, here, let's take a look. Oh my god. I'm excited already.
Oh, I didn't know you were invited.
I wasn't. No. You think I want to be invited to such a low-class party as this?
Oh shit.
I'm merely a gate crash to spit in the samosas.
Jesus Christ.
Oh, they weren't expecting me either. In fact, I climbed in through the bathroom window and told everyone I was a mate of Kevin's.
I've been sick in a bedroom.
Me too. And I got off with someone under the coats.
Whoa.
Still, very brave of you to show your face.
Why?
Oh, I just hear that your son is living with his girlfriend.
I'm surprised the news is being discussed down at the dog track.
So,
Oh my
living with a
God.
woman and not married. Funny, I don't remember anything in the Gita about that one. Very new labor, very anti-fox hunting.
Your information is incorrect, as per usual. My son is not living with his girlfriend, he's living with several girlfriends. My
God
son
damn.
is a stud.
Holy.
Is that
Also,
so?
Mumbles, welcome in.
And he's dripping with honeys.
Oh my
Well,
God.
of course, honeys. My son has his fair share of skirt too, and no mistake.
So he talks the talk, but does he walk the walk? I don't think so. I bet he doesn't have a shag palace like my son.
Jesus Christ.
No, he doesn't. He doesn't need one because he usually does the beast with two backs round at their place. So they don't know where he lives, and he can leave before they wake up.
Okay, listen, okay. This is the one unrealistic thing, okay? They would be competing, but not about sexual prowess.
Wake
But this is
up.
still funny.
My son doesn't let them go to sleep. He pounds away at them through the night, one hand raking down their sweaty back, the other speed dialing a cab.
Here, wait, let me.
One cab. My son requires a fleet of cabs to transport the sweaty mass of sticky bodies that nightly cling to his waterbed. Like survivors from some erotic shipwreck.
Well, la-di-da-di. Have you heard about Sky's new television series? My Son's Bedroom Uncovered.
My son is known as the
Okay, never mind. I thought I could find the thing, but I can't. I'll have to find it later. We'll finish this out
Prince
real
of
quick.
Punani. And his little black book was used by BT to compile their last phone directory.
Well, according to the latest census, my son has officially slept with every single girl in the whole of Great Britain.
Really? Well, how big is his dunda?
You tell me.
Amazing. I have no idea what this show is. Good gracious me. Nice. Okay. Here, let's get back to this. Punani. Blah 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 blah. Theoretic. Okay. Donate 100 subs to Ice Beans and I'll believe you, Mr. Rich. Jesus. I'm not one for the jealousy and wait, hold on. I'm trying to figure out what you're saying. Okay, here we go. A culture celebrating the prom queen over the valedictorian is a relatively recent thing, though, in it. Is it though? Because I feel like, okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't think that I've seen that whole, like, celebrating the prom queen over the valedictorian. I don't think I've seen it. Like, I haven't seen it, okay? Like, American media led me to believe that, like, that I would actually walk into, like, the cafeteria and that all of the tables would be divided into, like, the various groups, okay? Just like it was in, like, Mean Girls, okay? And that was, like, absolutely not the case. Like, yeah, you did have your groups, okay? But, like, it is not, like, American media is not, and also in American media, that's really the only place that you can actually see people who give a shit more, like, who care more about who was prom queen over the valedictorian. Like, come on, you know? I would say, like, I'm genuinely curious Yeah, exactly, Aeon. Like Americans in chat, tell me, like, I mean, y'all presumably went to high school, or at least were in high school at some point. Like, I don't think people cared so much about who the prom queen was. Like, that's like an American media thing, you know? So that's what makes me think that, like, Vivek's just been reading too much. Like, he's just been watching too many sitcoms. Chatterley. It's sad. Stop fighting. It's just gonna happen, okay? All right. Moving on. I don't know who the fucking prom queen is also. The counterculture to that shit from the 50s made me not want to know. I mean, like, the thing is, it's like, I don't really, like, I guess I don't really, like, as soon as I realized, oh, it's not divided like that, right? It was in to not like jocks. Yeah. As soon as I realized, oh, it's not like that, okay. Then all of my ideas about what American high school was, they just fucking went out the window, and I just, like, learned, like, I just met people, and they had different interests, right? Like, I met some people, I became part of the track team. Like, my brother was part of the, I forget what it's called, but it's basically like the trivia team. It's like the trivia thing. It's, I forget what it's called. It's like the trivia shit. Right? Like, and it wasn't, I don't know, it didn't matter. Like, you didn't have any more cool points or, forgets what it's called. Listen, I wasn't in the trivia club, okay? Academic decathlon? Autist Club? No, not Autist Club. Nerds? Hey, PB and Jan, welcome in. There are definitely cliques around sports clubs and social economy. I was lucky that I easily navigated between all of those groups. I mean, okay, listen, I don't think, I mean, I could be wrong. Granted, I was only in the American high school system for 1 year. So I could be wrong. But I didn't really see, like, a divide like that. You know what I mean? So your parents didn't brag about your sexual prowess? No, McFiston, no. No, my parents would brag, like, when my, at least Sri Lankan parents are very much, like, they won't praise you, right? They won't praise you to your face. Instead, the praise will be when they're comparing, like, against other people. If they're talking to their friends, they're gonna complain about you, okay? They're gonna complain about, like, what a failure their kid is. If they're talking about it to somebody that they don't know, or new people, or somebody that they want to impress, oh, that's when every single one of your achievements will be trotted out, right? Like, they're good at this, they got A's in this, they were first in this. That's how it is, okay? I don't know what to tell you. This is the culture I'm talking about. Just be good at football. Yeah, well, Filipinos' parents are the same. My mom only... Exactly! Thank you, PB and Jan! Do American parents brag about grades? I don't think so. I don't know. I don't feel like it. That is, like, part of the culture that, is, like... It's very common to compare, right? Like, compare your kid with, like, somebody else's kid, and, like, the parents would also do the same, you know? Like, when I asked my friends what they got on a test, that wasn't like, you know, that wasn't innocent, so to speak. You know what I mean? American parents brag about grades, but only to family. Oh no, this is like 100%. It is a bit of a status thing, right? As an Indian can confirm 100%. Oh my gosh, thank you, Bombay. Someone who knows. Depends. I think it's more common to brag to family about it, but I never really saw it cross over. I mean, there's good parts to it, and then there's bad parts, right? Because you can. I think a certain amount of like healthy competition is okay. It can get really toxic really quickly though, right? Also, welcome in, Wild Movement. Alright. Let me slowly move away from this topic, okay? By bringing up something completely and utterly unrelated. You tell your parents and grandparents how well you did in school? Yeah, there you go. I mean, yeah. Alright. And now for something completely different. Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I did have an idea of like pulling up like, you know, what's been the latest on like you know, what's been the latest on Luigi Mangione, you know, and his trial and everything. And then flipping to the thing that we were gonna talk about, which is time for the you know, for the execution tier list. But you know, we could just go right into it. So somebody posted this in my Discord. Time for the Getting Baked stream. Listen, okay. Okay, I'm glad I just said it and didn't actually, like, you know, do a whole Luigi segment and then go into this, you know? It was you? Yeah, it was Ergi. This template has 41 images and was last modified in 2023. Okay. Okay. True. Okay, so, we've got... Here, let me make this a little bit bigger. We've got acceptable, mildly disturbing, mid, let the sweet nothingness embrace me, and hell is a better alternative. Okay, so, am I to assume that this would be, I'm ranking this according to how, is it that, like, how I would prefer to be executed? Is that how I'm interpreting this? I tried finding another one without that, but I couldn't find one that I thought was TOS friendly image. No, this is pretty good, I would say. This is pretty good. This is pretty good. Okay. I think top is least bad. Okay, so like, okay, acceptable. Like, I would be fine with this method of execution. Okay, all right, let's start with this. Okay, crucifixion. Now I've heard that crucifixion is actually quite horrible, because if I understand correctly, your lungs just slowly get collapsed or something, right? Because of the weight of your body. Is execution by a pile of rats in there? No, but we could probably add it, right? Can we add things? Yeah, we can add things. We'll add things in there, okay? Are y'all doing okay? We're totally fine. Yeah, crucifixion, you die from suffocation. Okay, yes, that's exactly what so basically you're kind of like your body's George Floyding yourself, right? So I would say, okay, also let the sweet nothingness embrace me. I feel like this is actually like up here, right? Like it should be up at the top, no? Cause let the sweet nothingness embrace me feels like, it almost feels like it should be here. You know what I mean? What the fuck was that joke? No, but hold on. I'm actually not joking, because that's how George Floyd died, right? Like his lungs were slowly collapsed because of the knee, right? Bad, take your Christian nation. You love crucifixion. Okay, first of all, we're changing this up, okay? This I feel like is more than acceptable. It's like I would almost be happy to die this way, okay? Then you have mid, then you have mildly disturbing, then you have hell is a better alternative. Now it looks like 4 of the 5 are okay. 4 out of the 5. Wait, now it looks like 4. I mean, I know the colors are now messed up. Here, hold on. Let's do it this way. No, this is the right color. Then you have... Like, the second worst here is only mildly disturbing. I'm fine with adding another one in between, okay? Here, let's do this. Can we add another row? Add a row above. And then that is... Oh, no, wait, hold on. Here. Mildly disturbing... oh, man, I hate that. Okay. What should we call this? I would rather not. Kink? No, stop. No. Okay, so after... Wait, also, why are the colors flipped? The colors should be opposite. I'm dumb. Okay, I'm dumb. Hold on. Red should be the bottom. Red is at the bottom. Okay, I don't know why I did it this way. I'm sorry. I think this is fine, okay. Oh, mid is yellow. That's perfect. Okay. Acceptable is green. A light green, and then let the sweet nothingness embrace me is the bright green. Okay, so crucifixion, I would rather not, I think. I don't think hell would be a better alternative. Burning, okay, I think burning would be kind of one of the worst. I feel like that would just, I think burning would be the worst. Cause I feel like it wouldn't be instantaneous. It'd be way worse than crucifixion. Like, no, fuck no. Breaking wheel, is this like, hold on, I'm trying to figure out the, it's the Catherine wheel, right? Like, it's where your body is being broken by the wheel. No way burning is worse than crucifixion. I feel like on the scale of like pain, right? Because crucifixion like would be unbearable, but not like screamingly unbearable, right? Hope that clip came out right. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Your body's George Floyding yourself, right? Your body's George Floyding yourself. Okay, listen, stop. I think the screaming would subside after a while. Sure. I think I'm thinking of the intense pain, okay? Like, maybe I'm mistaken. I'll consider it. I'll chew on it a little bit, okay? I get 2 weeks if I said that in kid chat. Granted, you died during the immolation, dying in hospital afterwards. Yeah, that's the other thing too, is that I feel like burning could just like horribly disfigure you and hurt you for the rest of your life, right? Breaking wheel? Okay, here, let me look at this off. Execution wheel. Execution by wheel. Wait. The execution wheel was a blah blah blah. Breaking the leg bones. Drop the execution wheels on the shin bones of the convicted person. Oh. In the second act, the body was braided onto another wooden spoked wheel. Oh. Okay. Okay. I see. Yeah, I would rather not. I don't know if it's hell is a better alternative. But I think that at some point, I think I would die of shock, and I think that would be fine, right? The chair, okay, the chair I've heard is, I feel like it's mid. If it's done right, I feel like it would be mid. Why would they send you to the hospital if you're being executed? I don't think they would let you, hold on. If you're being executed, I don't know what happens if, I don't know if what happens if your execution is botched, right? What would they do, right? I would suspect they burn till it's done. As long as the sponge is wet, it's okay. Yes, that's what The Green Mile taught me. I'm pretty sure that was the movie, right? The Green Mile. And the chair, now that's dying of shock. Jesus. Have you seen The Green Mile? Yeah, I have, Eddie Bombay. Yeah, I have. Yep. Drowning. Oh my god, the picture for this is... Holy shit, why did they put so many of the same kid? Holy shit. Okay, drowning... I think drowning would probably be less bad of a thing than the other, considering what the others are, right? This one is intense. What is this? Ancient Persian method of execution describes the victim as being trapped between two boats, one inverted on top of the other with limbs and heads sticking out, feeding... Oh, I've seen this. Sparing them with milk and honey and allowing them to fester and be devoured by insects and other vermin over time. Yes. Is that in here? Oh, Scaphism is in here. Okay. Yeah, that seems like Lawrence Southern PFB. Kill me like that. No, Greenhorn bad. Aren't humans lovely? Dude, we really are. Honey death. Okay, firing squad. Firing squad is also acceptable, I think. You know, I think I'd just get over it. You know. I feel like, especially if it's a firing squad, I'd be dead pretty quickly. Like, honestly, I feel like firing squad... Well, okay, hold on. No, let me put it up here for right now, but I think that it's... Firing squad would be over, like, real quick, you know? Okay, let's see. Gas chamber. Oh my god. Jesus Christ! Holy shit, dude. Oh my god. Oh god. Why laugh? Okay, I'm laughing because of the fucking picture, dude. The picture of... Is that Dwight Schrute? Oh my god. Okay, listen, okay. Gas chamber is probably... Gas chamber is pretty bad, okay? I especially if I was... People died... I know, Greenhorn, stop! I know! I think it's pretty fucking bad, okay? I don't know, in fact, I would say that it's probably worse than burning. At least your friends are there with you. Stop, Ergie! Stop! Should have followed fire safety. No! No, stop! I think it's horrible. I think okay, gas chamber would actually be pretty fucking horrible. Okay, guillotine. Guillotine also is like apart, if you can get over the whole like public humiliation thing, I think it's pretty fine, okay? Exact same thing as firing squad. It's over like this, right? Gas chamber is what I call my apartment after I eat tacos. Oh my god. I see how this is going. George Floyd, lol. Aaron Bushnell, that's Orwaffle. Holocaust, lol. This is already an ice_bean stream classic. Jesus Christ. Oh no, what is keel hauling? Here, let's look this up. Keel hauling? Okay, is a form of it comes from Dutch, keelhaulen. To drag along the keel is a form of punishment and potential execution once meted out to sailors at sea. The sailor was tied to a line looped beneath the vessel, thrown overboard on one side of the ship, and dragged under the ship's keel either from one side of the ship to the other, or the length of the ship from bow to stern. Huh? I don't understand. Do you just drag them along the bottom of the ship? I wouldn't want to be felched to death. Look it up. Mob rules is never right. Hey, the Onion. It's what pirates did, supposedly. They roped them and had them drag under the boat. How would you die? Would you die by drowning? Plank first. Oh, no, wait. I'm looking at keels. Okay. Oh! Some historians believe keel hauling may have been introduced to the Dutch Navy by William of Orange. William of Orange introducing keel hauling to the Dutch Navy. Bleeding? Okay, you drown and or bleed to death because of the barnacle cuts. If the drowning didn't kill you, the barnacles would shred you. That's the founder of my country! Yay! Honey death. Greenhorn, bad. No greenhorn. I would say keel hauling is like mildly disturbing, but like actually I would say it's pretty mid. I don't know if like I'd rather die by drowning, you know? Like walk me off the plank or something, you know? Like I think that's better. Oh no, what is this? Oh. Felch. Oh well, I know that. I know this. Okay. Let's see what's next. Lethal injection. Okay, I think lethal injection is also one of those things that's like probably acceptable, right? Stop saying mid lunk. What are you trying to rank? We're trying to rank executions. Okay. We're trying to rank for methods of execution. How would I prefer to be executed? Should I be sentenced to death for something? Okay. All right. What is this? Pina Coeli? What the? Okay. Latin, penalty of the sack under Roman law was a type of death penalty imposed on a subject who had been found guilty of parricide. What is parricide? Real quick. Parricide is the deliberate killing of one's own father and mother, spouse, children, and other or close... Oh, I see. It's just killing your relatives. Okay. The punishment consisted of being sewn up in a leather sack with an assortment of live animals, including a dog, snake, monkey, and a chicken or rooster, and then being thrown into water. Okay. Hey, hi, Hyper's waiting. Welcome in. Glad this is a wholesome family stream. I have you on the big screen right now, and all the kids gather around trying to figure out which one is best. Good job. Thank you, Greenhorn. That warms my heart. What the fuck did the animals do? Yeah, true! What did the animals do? I would say, look, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like it would be chaos for like 30 seconds and then you drown, you know? I just think it's like, I honestly think it's kind of mid. You know? Wait, hell is a better alternative to burning? I'm pretty sure that's what happens in hell. Yeah, no, but hold on. I mean, you know, I think hell could probably have other types of torture involved, you know? I'm rewatching The Good Place, and like, you know, you could be in one of those scenarios, right? Okay, quartering. I don't know why they put BoJack Horseman in the picture of, like, for quartering. I feel like I'm missing something here. I am gonna look up quartering, even though I'm pretty sure I know what it is. Okay. Just, okay, wait, here we go. A form of execution, okay. Oh, you just, like, cut off your limbs. Right? I feel like I could be wrong. Can you pull up a video of each one so my kids know what they are? No, Greenhorn. It was done with horses normally. Oh, was it? Wait, why was it done with horses? The fuck? Not dying and being punished is the worst? Wait, what do you mean not dying and being punished? You mean like if the execution fails and you're just being like tortured or whatever? You're telling me I could be Kristen Bell? Horses are strong. It was mixed with being drawn also. Yes, I do. I have heard of the drawn and quartering. I would say, okay, I'm gonna be honest. I feel like quartering would, I mean, it wouldn't be acceptable. It would also be mid. I feel like I'd just die from blood loss and like I'd just like kind of fall asleep or like go into fucking shock and die, right? So I'm okay with that. Now, scaphism. Now that we know what scaphism is, it's the honey method. I feel like this is pretty bad. I don't think it's like gas chamber and burning bad, but I would rather not. No, thank you. That sounds painful. Being kept alive deliberately and being fed like honey. No. You would be dying for weeks? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. I don't know if it, like, I mean, I don't know if it's like hell is a better alternative. I don't know if it's that bad, you know? Diabolical honeypot? How is that not worse than gas chamber? Okay, I think when it comes to this, the thing that I'm, judging most is like unimaginable pain and unimaginable terror. Lurk, what the fuck is all of this? Don't worry about it, Mr. Beans. Don't worry about it. It's okay. It's alright. The gas chamber specifically, yeah, you'd have to include the camps to make that worse. Yeah, where's death by childbirth? Jesus Christ. Let's not get existential already, okay? Like, Trump isn't president yet, alright? Okay, stop. Stoning. Okay, now stoning is, I've heard stoning is actually pretty bad. Like in terms of like the suffering. That first of all, you might not die right away. Mr. Bean's about to put you under surveillance. He's probably listening from the other room, like, what the fuck's happening? This is pretty bad. I would not. I don't know if like hell is. No, I think it's definitely. I would rather not. Jesus Christ. Was it cheap and efficient way? Sure, Slavic, but like, I'm saying from the perspective of the people that it was administered. Alright, Testy. I'm going out. I'll leave your tab up. I appreciate it, Testy. Have a good night. They call her Cyclone Beans for a reason. Jesus Christ, dude. What's happening? Okay, hanging. Okay, hold on. When you say hanging, do you mean like neck snappy or do you mean like strangling? Oh wait, actually no, there is strangling. Okay, if it's hanging, if it's like neck snappy, then I would say that's actually like acceptable, right? Because that would be quick. Do you mean chilling with the boys? Aware. Boiled alive sounds like it would be on a pain level like with burning, so I'm gonna put that there. Brazen bowl, I believe that's the iron bowl thingy, right? That's the one where like your screams will sound like the like a bull roaring or whatever. Hollow, made entirely of bronze. Fire was set beneath it, heating the metal to the extent that the person within slowly roasted to death. The bull was equipped with an internal acoustic apparatus that converted the screams of the dying into what sounded like the bellows of a bull. Wow. Yeah, no, that's up here, okay? That's even worse, actually. Actually, I think I feel like that would be... I don't know what would be worse, honestly. Whether it's the brazen bull or a boiled alive. I don't know. Very cool. Like that tuner factory worker. What? Room with a gun and this song. What is that song? Super Mario Sunshine. Wait, hold on. Super Mario Sunshine? Hold on. Delfino Plaza, but it never begins. Let's listen. Let's listen to it. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This is hell. No, okay, I can't do it. I can't do it. I can't do it. Hold on, I need to listen to the actual thing. Hold on, I need to listen to the actual... Here, I'll pull it up. Okay, we need the music. We need the music. Oh my god, please, stop, stop. You need to... Okay, listen. Why won't this start? Oh, phew! I'm not gonna lie. I actually felt like crying for a second there. I was like, oh my god, this makes me so happy. Oh my gosh, this is perfect. Okay, honestly, y'all need to do something with this with Gappy, okay? Y'all need to do something with this video. Somebody needs to put this away in their back pocket for like, because I could see this being a Gappy thing. See how long Gappy will like listen to this before like, you know, doing something bad. Like ending stream. Okay, this is pretty bad. Oh man. I don't know. I don't know. I feel like I don't know if it would actually break me. You know what I mean? I think it's definitely mildly disturbing, but I feel like if it had to come down to it, I think I could like tune it out eventually. Or like Ergy was saying, it would just play in my head. It would just play in my head and like I'd tune it out after a while. That being said, no, I think it's the I mean, I think if my life depended on this, I think I would be able to it would be okay. Well, no, but this is an execution thing. What if it didn't loop perfectly? Wait, what do you mean if it didn't loop perfectly? Like the blue lobsters? Okay. Oh, that would get me immediately. Like 30 seconds. In that case, actually, you know what? Hold on a second. Wait a second. I just thought about something. This is perfect. This is actually perfect because this is... No, let me tell you why. Because you would just be able to like Yeah, okay, listen, okay, especially if I knew that this was gonna, if I knew that this was the song that was gonna be playing, what I'd do is, I'd... Right then, okay, and then I'd never know that it would, I'd never have to sit through this, okay? I just pulled the trick. Jesus. Okay, I'm gonna stop. But I just time it correctly is all I'm saying, okay? So in that case, that's perfect. Like Erky said, I wouldn't even need 30 seconds, right? It would be over real quick, and that's it. That's the perfect execution, I'd say. Okay, sawing. To be honest, I think I'd be chill with being buried alive. Just take a nap. Come to an ice speed stream. We've got anxiety and existential dread and anxiety. I think sawing would be on the same level as like quartering, because you're just gonna die of fucking blood loss and shock. That's it. And it's gonna suck for when you actually like get sawed, but that's it. Afterwards, you're alright, you know? You're just gonna die real quick. Starvation sounds pretty bad. I don't know if it's like hell is a better alternative. Sawing is just more aggressive. Scissoring? I don't think so. No, come on, stop. Okay, strangling. Now strangling is, I would say strangling is, I definitely wouldn't say it's, I wouldn't say that it's, I would say it's mildly disturbing. I wouldn't want to be strangled as an execution. I feel like that would be pretty bad, but not like I would rather not, you know what I mean? Would sawing move positions if you were sawed in half backwards? Wait, what? If you were sawed in half backwards? Like, you mean lengthwise? Or what? What do you mean by backwards? Like head to toe. Oh, so like from head to toe? But, if I was sawed from like my pelvis to my head, then I think I think that would actually move positions, yes. Because then I think it would take a lot longer, right? Imagine the execution kept strangling you after you almost passed out and stopped while that horrible song played on the loop. Would it stop? Yeah, the groin to head is significantly worse. If it's a groin to head situation, then I would almost put it down here, right? If it's sawing like in the picture, then it's definitely like solidly mid, right? Buried alive. Why is Mr. Beast in here? Okay. Buried alive, I think would be pretty terrifying. My only knowledge of this comes from Kill Bill. I think buried alive would be kind of terrifying. I don't know if I would. I think it depends on how you would. I think it depends on how you would die. How would you die if you were buried alive? Would you die of like? Hold on, I'm gonna look it up real quick. I want to know how people die when they are buried alive. Like, what actually kills them? When used as a means of execution, the prisoner is simply left to die from starvation or dehydration. This form of execution... No, wait, hold on. Oh, immurement. Immurement is like the walled-in situation. Like the cask of Montadil... wow, I can't say that name, but you know who I'm talking about. Being buried alive, in which the victim typically dies of asphyxiation. So if it's asphyxiation, then I would say that's like here. That's like strangling. Yeah, if you're buried in a coffin or something like that, then that's you're being starved or whatever, right? As a side note, has anyone watched the Fall of the House of Usher show on Netflix? Completely unrelated. Okay, poisoning. Poisoning. Depends on the poison. If it's a poison that'll kill me like a Joffrey poison, then I would actually say that that's probably like mid to acceptable. If it makes me like puke my guts out and like I die very slowly over the course of like hours, then I would say like mildly disturbing. So like mid to mildly disturbing. I'd say mildly disturbing. Have you ever seen the movie Bone Tomahawk? Tomahawk? No, I have not. What is that? Oh, that's not it. Is it a good movie? I'll add it to my list. What about Bone Tomahawk, Tua? Poisons are rarely pleasant and quick. Yeah, I would say no. There's a scene where a guy gets killed in a really fucked up way. Oh, okay, that's why you're recommending this video. Okay, alright then. Okay. Turned into a vampire and exposed to sunlight. I would say this... Okay, I would actually say this is on par with being burned alive. I would just... From what we know about, like, the science of vampires, right? This would literally be akin to just being set on fire, okay? Vaporized. Oh, I love that they use this picture from Watchmen as the yeah, vaporized would be very quick. I would say this. Are you a vampire scientist, Beans? Yes, everyone has taken Vampire Science 101, okay? Airlock ejection. Okay, now, I'd take it. Yeah, honestly, actually, no, I didn't take this, but I did take, like, so in college, so I went to a humanities college, which, yes, it was, very funny, you can make all your jokes now, but, like, I had to take a bunch of humanities, and one of the history classes I took was actually, like, about, like, the history of monsters. It was such a good class. Fucking loved it. I'm still friends with the professor. It's great. Okay, it was a great class. We learned all about different monsters. It was great. Humanities are important. Oh, I agree, Tobes, but like everybody makes fun of like the humanities, right? Airlock ejection is actually kind of interesting. You can survive it for way longer than you'd think. That's what makes me think, though, Ergi, that I would actually not enjoy this, right? Because I think don't your blood vessels burst and shit? Like, because of the lack of pressure? Did you learn about goblins? We learned about a lot of different, monsters. Most of them were monsters that were, like, monsters. You know, that were, like, you know, for example, like, Siamese twins or, you know, like, intersex people, basically. That people then like paraded around as monsters, right? Yeah, cultural exactly, Tobes, exactly. Okay, they do, but it takes a while, I think. Well, see, that's what makes me think I would rather not. Maybe a mildly disturbing. It's not what makes them die, it's keeping them alive. Wait, it's not what makes them die, it's keeping... Wait, what do you mean? There's a scene in The Expanse where someone goes into space for like 30 seconds and lives, and it's actually really accurate according to the very trustworthy science YouTuber person I watched. If you have that video, I'd actually be curious if you want to put that in my Discord, Ergi. You will pay in many times. Wait, I'm not sure I understand the onion. Okay, what do you mean by ants? What does that mean? What does that mean? What does that mean? Death by ants? What does that mean? Does that just mean, like, execution by ants? Is that just, like, being put into an ant pile? Because I feel like that would actually, How long would it take to die by being staked to an ant hill? Would this be among the most painful of all deaths possible? Thank goodness we have Quora to answer. It depends on the ant. Some, like the Maricopa harvest ant, will kill you fast by poison. It only takes a few hundred stings for this ant to kill a human, compared to 1,500 for honeybees, assuming you are not allergic. And once one stings you, the other will follow. They smell the alarm pheromones in the sting, so death will be fast. Some, like the bullet ant, are not so toxic, but much more painful. You will likely pass out from pain after the worst imaginable hour of your life, and then succumb to dehydration or shock. That goes for many of the other ants too. Yeah, I would say ants. Wait, where did the air? Ants are they're probably gonna be up here, right? Too easy to let you die, and just before you die, you save them. Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah, but like, I think that only depends on the, that only depends on the method. If the method itself involves you being kept alive, then I would say that, yeah, then we'd have to consider that, right? Like, scaphism, like, I'm gonna have to consider that I will be deliberately kept alive for weeks and weeks, right? Ants, I think, are pretty bad just because, like, ants wouldn't kill me right away. Even the worst ant would still take me an hour to die. I seem to recall a NASA astronaut took their helmet off for like 20 seconds. I'm wrong. Oh, wait, I'm wrong as in, like, it didn't happen or they didn't survive. Okay, Ark of the Covenant face melting. Okay, I would say the face melting is like, I've seen that scene, even if I've not watched the actual movie. I'd say you die pretty fast. No. Yeah, it didn't happen. Oh, okay. I was the astronauts confirmed. I'd say that's pretty fast. No. Like, you die pretty fast, right? Blowing from a gun. Wait, what the fuck? Blowing from a gun? Can I just say cannon fire? Because I think that would be pretty quick too, right? I'd say that's being... okay, I would say that's like acceptable on the verge of sweet nothingness, but only because like I feel like, I don't know, I feel like there's a chance that just like my leg would be blown off or something, right? And I'd die much more painfully than being, like, it's not quite being vaporized, you know what I mean? Like, I'd take vaporization over being blown apart by cannon fire. Okay, crushing. I'm assuming I would be put under, like, what's that guy's, like, the, what's that man's name? The guy that does the press videos, right? I think I would be put under one of those presses, right? And, doubly oppressed. I would put under the press, and then I'd have that guy, like, narrate it as I, like, am crushed to death, right? I think that's, like, I actually think that's, I wouldn't say that it's, like, as bad as, I would say it's mildly disturbing. I think it'd be very painful. Honestly, actually, you know what? I would put it like, I'd put it here, actually. I think that's probably good. I think I'd rather not. I don't think it would, like, death would definitely not be fast, right? Okay. Declassed. What does declassed mean? Declass execution? In the... Okay. Oh, I see. Wait, what? Is this what... Okay. Expendable individuals used for testing SCPs? Oh no! Oh no! Oh, interesting. Okay. D-class personnel are primarily used as test subjects for studying and investigating SCPs. Oh my god. Okay. Alright. Okay. Alright. I would say... Okay. Would I... Okay, being D-classed is actually like a huge gamble, right? Because maybe you get the SCP that like... Maybe you get the SCP that just like kills you right away, you know? But then like mutilates your body or whatever it is, but you're already dead. Or you could get the SCP that like traps you and like tortures you endlessly, like while it kills you very slowly. You know what I mean? I feel like that's a huge gamble. I would say because of the gamble, I would rather not. But I'm gonna put it at the bottom of I would rather not, because there could still be the chance that, like, especially if I had to choose it over some of these other, over all of these others, or the SCP that crosses your balls. Yeah, look, okay, there's just a lot of SCPs out there. Like, what are the chances that I'm gonna get one that, like, kills me in a like, an acceptable way, you know? Okay, Dementor's Kiss. I feel like a Dementor's Kiss would not actually be, like, the worst way to die. I mean, I think you'd be a little scared when it's happening, but then afterwards it'd be fine. Or that Endless IKEA. Wait, I think I've heard about that one. Apparently based on animals experiments, Sag, in space you'd lose consciousness before the really fun stuff happens. Oh really? I didn't know that. In that case, I probably would put it here. If I lose consciousness before everything else happens, then I'm putting it in, it's going in mid. In fact, if I lose consciousness before anything else happens, then I would put it right there. Right? Okay, Dementor's Kiss. Add Flush E. Wait, what is Flush E? What is Flush E? Wait, there's multiple Flush E's. Is this... There's one that... Hold on. What? Is this the one you want? Is this it? A Dementor's Kiss isn't deadly, it just makes you brain dead. Hey, Addicted to Mosh, welcome in. Okay. Okay, listen. I understand that. Mosh, hold on, wait. Oh, here it is, okay. I understand that. However, if it makes me brain dead, I would still consider that to be an execution, because for all intents and purposes, afterwards, I do not exist, right? Like, I wouldn't exist. Hold on, have I actually added it? It should have been added. Let me check. Yeah, it's been added. I think I've refreshed my shit. Okay, I would say that it, like, for all intents and purposes, I no longer exist as a person. So in that sense, it is an execution. I would say here, you know what? I would say sweet nothingness. In medical terms, brain death is brain death. Yeah, exactly. Okay, grafted onto Godric. What the fuck is that? What does that mean? What? Who's Godric? Godric the Grafted, Elden Ring. Oh, interesting. Okay. I see. Okay, it's an Elden Ring boss. What? You just get absorbed into him? You become part of him? You still sit around and get hungry? Okay, I'm assuming you're still talking about the Dementors. Yeah, but like, But Mosh, like at that point, it's like that's just my body. Like I don't get like that's just my body. You know, that's just my shell that's walking around completely brain dead. You know, getting hungry, pooping, whatever. Like at that point, it's like who cares? You know, like you could do literally whatever to my body at that point, and I would not give a fuck because I do not exist. Functionally, you'd become a Republican? Oh my god. Oh god. I don't know. I think like I just wouldn't give a shit at that point, you know, like if it's just my body at that point, like I don't care. Okay. Oh, also I didn't mean to do this. Okay. Grafted onto Godric. I guess it depends on, like... I actually don't know what... What if you're grafted onto his cock? Your body, my choice? Jesus Christ, Dr. Man. Honestly, that would be what it was, wouldn't it? I mean, I guess it would only be good... Okay, listen, if it's the cock thing, then... Like... I mean, I don't know. Would you have a good time? Like, does Godric get with the ladies? What's happening, you know? I guess it doesn't, I don't know. I feel like this is like, mid. I don't know. Is this really an execution? Like, is this really an execution? It's just you're living in a way as a extension of something else. This would be like you being absorbed into like a Philosopher's Stone in Full Metal Alchemist or something, you know? Like you still exist. What if you're the middle human centipede? Okay, you know, that's probably bad. I would not want to do that, right? Yeah, I think this is severely lacking some. We need human centipede. We need what did McFiston say? Being like like death by rats or something? Ill-tempered sea bass. What? Am I missing a... Oh, Dr. Evil. Oh, Austin Powers. Okay. Whew. No, I think ill-tempered. I think that would be pretty quick. I don't know if I'd say acceptable. Where I'd say it's on the same level as all of these, right? Loopered. Okay, I have not actually watched Looper. What is the premise of that? I know it's some time travel shit. Oh, here we go. Sends enemies back in time to be executed. Loopers kill and dispose of victims whose faces are concealed. Okay. Okay, so... Nah, I wouldn't care about this. Let the sweet nothingness embrace me. It's fine. I'm fine with that. I don't give a shit. As long as they do it with a method that's, like, quick, right? But I think, how do they kill? Oh, you just get sent back, like, you get sent back, like, tied up and shit. Okay, yeah, no, I don't care. It's fine. It would be on the same level as Firing Squad, honestly. I'm gonna be honest, right? Okay, magnetic collar, huh? What is this? Magnetic collar? Execution? Oh. What? Is it a Garrot? Huh? Iron collar attached to a post? The victim's neck displaced in the collar. The collar is slowly tightened by a screw until asphyxiation occurs. Suicide Squad. I never watched Suicide Squad. Yes, okay. If it's slow, then that's kind of on par with Strangling, I'd say. If it's quick, then I would say it's mid. But if it's slow, then I would say that's on par with Strangling. I would say it's almost worse than Strangling at that point, right? Because it's slow. Midsommar Cliff Dive. I haven't watched Midsommar. I've heard that it's a very disturbing movie. Okay, I'm just gonna look up Midsommar Cliff Dive, cliff scene, and just like, viewer discretion is advised. I'm not playing this on stream. Instead, what I'm gonna do is watch it off stream and like play this in the background. Okay, that's pretty bad. Yeah, no. No, that's, no, probably, no. No, that's not enough. If you survive, they crush your head with a giant hammer. Watch the whole thing. No, I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. No, that is definitely, I would rather not. I would say that's almost up here, right? No, thank you. No. No. Also, by the way, I actually, okay, listen. I think this would be great for like a tense moment, you know what I mean? What if it starts like 2 minutes from now? You'd never know. Okay, Molten Gold. Okay, I have watched that scene in Game of Thrones. I would actually say that the Molten Gold would be like, I would honestly say it'd be like the Brazen Bull situation, right? It would probably be over quick, but I think the agony that you'd be in is enough for me to basically say, hell no. Like, no thank you. I'm good, bro. I'm good. Okay. Sarlacc Pit. Alright, now. I have been led to believe that the Sarlacc. Okay, so first of all, I have some questions about the Sarlacc Pit, okay? Hey Kadarius, are you gonna talk about Chairman Mao soon? No. Why would I? Okay, hold on. This is an awful quality. This is an awful quality. Okay, let's look at this. Can we not? Okay, now, I don't know how I feel. I feel like this. Okay, so yeah, here we go. The Sarlacc. Thank you, Deez. I was waiting for our resident Star Wars expert. Okay, the Sarlacc keeps you while it slowly digests you for 1,000 years. Okay, so here's my question. Okay, how does a being this big sustain itself on like what, a few measly humans over 1,000 years? Like, I feel like you would run out of food, no? Like, are these like vestigial, like, what is this, you know? The humans are full of meth. Hey, Leaking Diaper, welcome in. Long life? Well, I guess what I mean is like, this, oh, moisture gathering roots. Okay, so it's like part plant and part animal. I would say that okay, as the human being digested, you would probably die long before you actually got digested, right? Like, before you... I feel like before the digestive juices had a chance at, like, eating away at your flesh, I feel like you'd be dead. Right? If that is the case, I've survived this spectator. I'd prefer to be eaten by Shai-Hulud. I mean, yes, but I feel like that's only because it would be over quickly, right? Here, I feel like we definitely need to add. We need to add like here. Let me just So we need a Shai-Hulud. We need human centipede. Something to do with rats. But Sarlacc pit. I think I'd put it on the same level as like starvation, because I'd probably die of starvation, right? Or asphyxiation. In that case, maybe mildly disturbing. I'd put it like on the border, you know, Shia LaBeouf. Actually, Death by Shia LaBeouf is actually interesting, right? Rat Witch, Suicide Squad. Okay, I haven't watched, I'm gonna be honest, I have not watched the Suicide Squad movie. What does it mean to be Suicide Squadded? What, are you just executed by a bunch of, like, anti-heroes? What's happening? What is Table Laser 2? What is Table Laser? What is Table Laser? Oh, it's just a laser? Like you're lasered to death? If I'm being lasered to death, I would say that that's probably, it's gonna be painful, but then I'd probably die quickly, right? I'd probably die quicker than, like, right there. James Bond. Oh, I see. Okay, yeah, probably. I know I'd put that. No. Okay, I get it. In that case, yeah, that's solidly mid. Suicide Squadded. I don't know what that means. Here, let's get a... Do you expect me? Suicide Squad is when I put you on the run lines. Your plans are ruined by anti-hero MacGyvers. Oh my god. I don't know if I care. I guess it depends on how they would kill me, you know what I mean? Like, how would they actually kill me? I'm putting it in mid until I get more information, okay? Let's get a Shai-Hulud real quick. Save that. And then we need some Death by Rats. I'm just gonna save this picture, and then, oh no wait, that's the fucking WebP. And then what was the other one that we said? We said, human centipede. I'm not gonna do the human centipede. I'm just gonna do a picture of a centipede. Even though that picture is pretty horrible. Oh god damn, I hate centipedes. Alright, they would crash into your headquarters accidentally and crush you. Everyone behaving. Wait, Beans, why? Wait, what do you mean? Okay, here. I'm gonna add the... Here we go. So, here we go. We have Death by Shai-Hulud. I feel like Shai-Hulud, would be pretty quick. I would say, like... I would almost say, like, let the sweet nothing. You know what I mean? Also, Shadow, this is what the people wanted. The people wanted the execution tier list, okay? So I'm giving them the execution tier list. In fact, I would say Death by Shai-Hulud, probably a more honorable way to go out, okay? Did you rate Death by Snoo Snoo yet? Oh, no, that wasn't in here, but I can absolutely add that one. I can absolutely add that one. Here, let's put... So this would be Death by Rats. I'm sorry, this picture is so horribly cropped. Death by Rats would probably be pretty bad. Death by Rats would probably be... It'd be kind of horrible, wouldn't it? It would probably be like... I would say like just below the scaphism. Do they strap a rat to your chest? I'm assuming that you're put into a box with like 100 like rabid, like starving rats, and you've got a wound on you or some shit, you know? Do they strap a rat to your chest? They probably do like the 1984 style like torture or whatever, right? Okay. What did we say? Death by Snoo Snoo. Okay. Here, let's get a safe for work image of this for this. Okay, let me see if I can just add this. Aha! Okay, Death by Snoo Snoo. I think Death by Snoo Snoo would be amazing. Absolutely. Probably a top tier way to go, wouldn't it? I would say right here. What about a box with a single horse-sized rat? What about Death by Horsecock? Okay, listen, we're not rating that one, okay? I'm not gonna... Listen, I'm glad that I'm known for my wolf killer take, okay, not my dog fucker take. So I'm gonna keep it that way, all right? I'm okay. I'm all right. I'm fine. Not rating that particular one. Okay. Female eunuchs. Okay, Beans, is there something you want to tell us? No, absolutely not. Nobody said anything about dog. Listen, Shadow, it's been, let's just say that the discourse has been turning a certain way. Tier lists are good content. Absolutely, Ergi. Thank you for this one. This is very classic ice_beans. Okay, have I missed anything? Have I missed anything that's actually a form of execution? Not just a funny way to die. I don't even know why Suicide Squad would be in here, right? Here, let me save. I'm just gonna download this. Cool beans. Alright. Thanks for the content, Ergi. Suicide Squad is putting you on front lines. Oh, right. Okay. Oh, that's what you said. But then I don't know. Like it put like actual like I don't fucking know. I would say like front lines. If it's really front lines, then that is kind of mid. I'd say that's mid. Like in terms of like agony and like dying. What about the Blood Eagle? Wait, what's Blood Eagle? Blood Eagle? Blood Eagle Execution. The victims were placed in a prone position, their ribs severed from the spine with a sharp tool, and their lungs pulled through the opening to create a pair of wings. Oh. How would you die? Would you die by, like, blood loss? I feel like you would die pretty quickly, no? If that's the case, then I would put it on par with, like... I mean, I would put it... Oh, fuck. How do you get out of... Wait, stop. How do you... No, thanks. I would say that then, if that's the case, then it would probably be on par with, like, the quartering and shit, right? Blood loss or just raw shock. Hey, casual, welcome in. Oh, no. What is this? What is this? Bringing back the DBC? Oh, no, the dog brothel. Beans, is there something you want to tell us? No, absolutely not. Nobody said anything about dog. Listen, Shadow, it's been... Let's just say that the discourse has been turning a certain way. Okay, it's not my fault that the discourse has come that way, okay? It's just that the dog fucker content has apparently re-entered the space, okay? Was impalement on the list? I don't think impalement was on the list. Well, no, actually, hold on. Impalement might have not been on the list, but I think, wasn't there something similar? I would say either way, it probably like on the same level as like Breaking Wheel or Escapism, you know? Also, Sino, I didn't realize that you used 30 bits early. Takes for the bits. Okay. Death by gaping? Yeah, no. Really, I think the best thing that has come out of this entire tier list is this fucking thing right here. Hey, Christopher Rawls, welcome in. This is great. I'm gonna keep this around. God, it's awful. Oh god, it's awful, dude. Imagine I just like leave. Yeah, news starting soon. Screen music. Yeah, imagine that I just like leave this and go get like a snack or whatever. Oh god, no, I can't do it. I can't do it. This music sounds like a boss fight music of Mega Man. Well, it's like, it's basically the Super Mario Sunshine Delfino Plaza, but it never actually starts, right? Death by Broken Heart. This is the content I stopped watching Shank on Woo's Wait, what? Aeon, what did you just say? Did you just say Chank? Chank on Woo's podcast? God. Tries to torture chat, folds first. Thanks, Beans, for the follow-up. Oh, no. What's up, buddy? You wanna come say hi? Come on. Tell us. What? Come on. Put it in the sack? No, I'm not gonna put towels in the sack. Did you see Gappy's Christmas cookies? Did Gappy make Christmas? Oh no. Did Gappy make Christmas cookies? Who is that little devil? This is my little Shittler. I love how the assumption is that it went tragically. Of course, that's the assumption. Hold on, I need to look this up now. Did he actually make Christmas cookies? Cat mom, white culture. Hold on, why is my camera? Wow, why did my camera? Hold on. Gappy was supposed to use 2 eggs but used 3? Hold on. Nope, it fucked up again. Hold on, I'm just gonna try to fix it manually. What is Woo doing? Why is Woo like this? Safe Sand was there, and I think Female Unix too. I'm not gonna. I'm probably. Here, let me pull this up. Daily dose of Gappy. No, I don't think Female Unix has put it up yet. If there are clips. Why is my camera program fucking up? Come on, you. Here, let me just do it from OBS. Oh, why is it on fucking auto? Bro! That's why. Alright, we should be good now. Okay. I'm not sure, but I think Female Unix showed up after Gappy could put the cookies into the oven. Hey, you know what? I'm happy to wait. Like, I'm happy to wait. So that I don't have to watch the whole stream, right? But Chodley, were you there? What happened? How did it go? Was it bad? Okay, 11:58. I don't mind doing a little bit more. Wasn't there? No. I don't mind streaming a little bit longer. Could you survive the vacuum of space? Ooh, you put that video in there, Ergy. Do we want to look at Woo stuff? Do we want to see what Woo's been up to? Or do we want to watch some what was this? Hold on. We could watch some ABBA and Preach from the content suggestions. I'm feeling a little sleepy, but not so sleepy that we couldn't keep going a little while longer. Hey, maybe, you know what? Actually, we could, you know what? We could throw on a video and we could make one of the, we could make one of these. We could make this one. What do we think? Yeah, let's do that. Unless we want to watch the... Unless we want to watch the... Woo... The Cenk on Woo. We could do that. We could do that. We could do that. We could literally have it be Aeon's worst nightmare. I think that'd be pretty funny. Brianna Woo. God damn. Okay. Debate. Wait, what is this? Oh, is this like, was this like an actual, was this just like, it was just a, oh, it was on Wick. Oh, Cenk was on Wix? Oh, bro. No, wait, hold on a second. This is 5 months ago. Why we lost? Wait, I'm trying to find this. Aeon, where did you say that this happened? Was this a video? Chenkon Woo's podcast. Chenkon Woo with Lego 2. I like that, actually. Here, let me find this. Because I don't see... I see things from, like, 5 months ago. Like, I'm seeing things from, like... I'm seeing, like, a Wik panel. Or like, just a panel with Destiny on it. Right? Does somebody have this link? Here, I'm just gonna Google it. Podcast? Yeah, Andel. Wait, is this it? No, but this is like... Yeah, Andel, if you have that link, I would appreciate it. Meanwhile, I can get this shit set up. Oh, thank you. Thank you, guys. Oh, whoa! Hold on. I'm tossing my fucking phone out the window, apparently. Okay, here. Let's get this pulled up, and I'll get the. Thank you. Oh my god. Okay. All right. I'll definitely tell you. I don't think I'll be watching like the entirety of this. Hopefully I won't pause. Hopefully I won't be pausing too much. But this will just be like hopefully like more react than anything. Okay. More.
All right. Okay.
More unethical reacting than anything. I'm also gonna get the Lego the camera up, okay?
So today we're thrilled to have a true powerhouse in progressive media joining us today. He's the founder of the Young Turks, a trailblazer in digital political commentary, and honestly, one of the most outspoken voices for change in America. He's a champion for progressive causes and a voice that refuses
also, let me know if I need to turn the
back
volume
down in the fight for justice and equality. Please welcome the one and only Cenk Uygur.
Woo! Cenk, I wanted to ask you, when did you become an ultra-Zionist? Congratulations.
So first of all, thank you, everybody.
God,
Thank you, everybody. Wonderful to see you all.
What is with the quality?
And to Brianna's joke, I'm apparently both an ultra-Zionist and an anti-Semite. Far right.
It's true. It's true. You're also MAGA, as I understand it. So what I wanted to say to you, Cenk, is I've probably gotten...
Oh, was it? Did Annadelle actually give me a sorry, Annadelle? Sorry, I'm sure that was a lovely lobster.
100 emails going, how can you be friends with Cenk? And I know you've gotten the same about me. And this is literally what Dollcast is about. Like, you and I do not agree on Israel. We don't agree on other things in progressivism. It has never affected our friendship. And we don't have to share the same opinions to do good work together. And we have. And that's a lot of the mission of our show. So I just wanted to thank you for showing up today. It really means a lot.
Yeah, no problem. And look, that's what we have to go back to. And right now, I'm in the middle of a maelstrom of criticism for even just not for changing any of my positions, but just talking to the right wing. And we've gotten to a place where people think that if you talk to the right wing, that's immoral or fascist or racist or something along those lines. And this country can't survive if we're not willing to talk to one another. And we won't be able to understand each other, and we won't be able to win on issues that we care about, and we certainly won't be able to convince the other side of anything if we never talk to them or we never listen to them.
Yep. Well, I agree with that. So I want to really get into it, and I want to ask you some pointed questions so we can get through it. I remember the first time, Cenk, I heard you talk about trans rights, and it was positive. It was a very positive.
Oh, okay. There's literally a thing here that says you can. Okay, all right, cool. Yeah, no. I love how like. No, I don't think anybody gives a fuck if you talk to, like, the rightoids, right? It literally is just that you're pandering to them. And really, like, I mean, I know that people disagree on, like, the outreach stuff. But, and, like, how much do you want to pander to those? Like, how much do you want to how much do you want to water down your position so that it's palatable to the right? I mean, I know that there's lots of disagreements about that, so I understand that. But, like, I don't think it's even. I mean, I feel like that's mostly the criticism, is that you are watering down your positions, not that you are talking to people on the right, right? Hi, Cenk. You like straw manning your critics. How I got the podcast for you. True.
Positive aspect. It was back during the Bush years. I tried to find the clip to show it to people, but this was literally almost 20 years ago. And I was a trans woman that was very newly out of the closet, and I would watch your show and hear you, someone who responded to testosterone a lot better than any of us did, like advocating for my rights in an era where over on Majority Report, like Jean Garofalo and Sam Cedar are joking about ladyboys. So I've seen like a real integrity for standing up for trans rights for you for literally 20 years. And yet, this fringe move of our trans advocates have painted you out as this like supervillain over the last 5 years, which is so troubling to me. So I guess I wanted to ask you in a personal way, like, how has this been for you emotionally to have spent literally 20 years advocating for all of our civil rights and to be talked about like you're a villain? Does it make you just want to not talk about this issue at all? How does it make you and the rest of Young Turks feel?
Jesus Christ.
Yeah. So look, in the beginning, it was shell shock. I couldn't believe the reaction we were getting. Now, unfortunately, I've gotten very used to it. But let me walk you through both of those things. So, however many years back, I said, look, I think that some of these positions I don't agree with. So I think that we're taking maximalist positions here on, like, for example, professional sports leagues. I think they should be able to make up their own mind and make their own decisions on whether they allow trans women into women's leagues, etc. And I thought that was just a very normal position to have, because that's probably where 95% of Americans are, right?
Right. Mm-hmm.
And the blowback that I got was, "You're a Nazi," and I was like, "Wait, what?" But I was.
Did he actually get that blowback though? Did he? Did he actually get called a Nazi? I feel like he might be exaggerating a wee bit. I hope you're doing well too, Baboof. I'm sorry. I apologize for the woo content. Okay, it's probably perfect. It's the one post he decided to pay attention to. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I feel like there was plenty of room for the trans sports thing to be, like, I feel like there was plenty of room. Like, this trans sports issue was one of those issues that you could actually have a range of opinion on without being like labeled a transphobe or whatever, right? At least that was, if you ignored like the majority of the Twitter bullshit, right? I feel like, but I could be mistaken though. I could be wrong.
And so it's, first of all, thank you for pointing out that we've been fighting for constitutional rights and for dignity, respect, equality, and justice for trans people for over 20 years. So when some Johnny-come-lately comes by and goes, oh, I just tuned into the internet and find out that you don't have the maximalist position, so I think you're against trans rights. Well, first of all, brothers and sisters, do your goddamn homework, okay? and we had the courage to fight for trans people when almost no one was doing it.
That's right.
Hey, Parallax,
so I want
welcome
to
in.
walk people through what your actual argument was, Cenk, because you don't know this. When I go on TV,
We're having some lovely Woo and Cenk content while I make this Lego orchid. How are you doing today?
shows, I wrote down the speech of yours because it was so good. And what you did is you went in front of your audience, you said, look, people are with trans people on everything, on housing, on education, on access to surgery, on even serving in the military. Is this one thing? Sports. The polls show they are not with you. And if you chase this issue, you're going to lose it all. And you said that, I think it was 3 years ago. And it is proven to be wildly true. So, like, what is it, like, what is the cost to you and everyone at TYT been to have told us the truth about this and to have gotten so much blowback?
Well, so what I've gotten used to is folks who are other online hosts or.
Also, real quick, I just want to say, no, Onion, yeah, no, that we're gonna. No, I'm actually gonna do. Hold on. Where is that? I'm gonna give you. Sorry. No. We're not going, we're like, that's not the direction we're going with this, okay? Like, come on. Be reasonable. Also, welcome in, Super Tie Sword. How you doing? Here, no, I meant to do it like, yeah, there we go. Thank you. Oh, thank you, love.
Influencers, etc.
Beans
one having extreme positions, and if anyone disagrees, calling them a Nazi, which is the most counterproductive thing on planet Earth, right? Number two, I've gotten used to them lying about us just 24/7. That's just like there's now an assembly line of lies about our positions, but so I'm used to that. But the part that, of course, frustrates me, as it would any human being, is they get good people to believe things that aren't true.
Right.
So, like, if you ask the normal person on the left these days, hey, do Young Turks, Cenk and Anna believe in trans rights? They'd probably say no, when that's not even close to true. And so it's so frustrating to have that. But look, the ironic upside here is we've done these kind of fights so many times, dozens of times throughout the 22 years of the Young Turks, right? That we're used to it. And so what'll happen is in a couple of years from now, people will realize, oh, the maximalist position not only is not a good position to have in terms of electoral strategy overall, but actually hurts trans people.
Right. No, please don't do that.
And what'll happen after that is absolutely no one will come back and go, oh, the Young Turks were right. Thank you for protecting trans rights and doing it with a better strategy. Like that will never happen. It never happens in any fight. And it won't happen here, but we do the right thing no matter what. And here, let me give an example from my identity group to give you guys a sense of like why I think it's such a bad idea. Okay. So, for example, I'm Muslim, and there was in the first term of Trump, he promised in the first campaign that there would be a Muslim ban. He tried some form of a Muslim ban, etc. Right?
Oh, I didn't know that Cenk was Muslim, actually.
This is a tiny little thing, and it wasn't a national issue. I'm just giving it as an extreme example. Mm-hmm. There was a story that we did, I think, out of Minneapolis a long time ago about some local Muslims there were demanding that a guy be able to serve at the grocery store, local grocery store, but since he was Muslim, he didn't want to touch the pork, the ham, the everything else, so he wanted an exemption from his job whenever it came to any products that were not halal. And my point was, guys, no, don't. That's not the hill to die on. Okay?
Yes.
What?
Yeah.
Right? Because brother, then don't take that job. I love you, but don't take that job. That's part of that
100%.
job, right?
And
so,
as trans women, I probably should not go take a job as a surrogate for someone. That's not going to be a good job for me.
Wait,
right?
hold on. Who? Come on. Like, no. Is this even? What are they even talking about? Are trans women like? No. What the hell is this? Does this even happen? Like, this is just stupid. Okay. He's a Turk, so you would be a Muslim. Well, yeah. But like Mike. But see, I didn't know. I don't know about like you know how like parse. You know how with kind of like with the you know how you and I have talked about like the Iranian diaspora and how they end up like a lot of them end up being like they are non-Muslim. I didn't know if it was something like that, you know, or if he's just like culturally Muslim but you know not actually a, you know what I mean, doesn't practice or something. I guess that's why I'm curious. But it's Wu-Tent. Yeah, what the hell is this? The answer is in the question. I'm sure it happened at least once. I mean, like, what is he even saying? Like, a trans woman was trying to be a surrogate?
Some jobs you can't do because of your situation. So,
and if we had insisted on that being our maximalist position, something that whether it was a Muslim ban or any other thing against Muslims in America would have been more likely, not less likely, because everyone would have assumed that we were so unreasonable.
Well, I did this the wrong way.
What it meant is that if you want to protect Muslim rights, you have to create special exemptions for Muslims everywhere. Yeah. And so it's just a terrible strategy.
Hold on, I fucked up already.
I'm so worried that the maximalist people on trans rights are hurting the goal of protecting trans people in this country without realizing it.
Yeah, you know, Cenk, to that point, I think this really came to the forefront for me when I saw the episode, or it was actually just a YouTube video that Benny Carallo put out. She was a member on the Young Turks, one of the show hosts, I think, and she was like, I'm leaving, and it was over this exact issue of the trans rights in sport, what that means. And of course she was taking that maximalist position, and I just couldn't help but think, like, this is, you know, it's emblematic of where that maximalist position goes and how it divides people. But it's also like, who are you talking to? Are you in a bubble here? Like, who is like actually not using their eyes and ears and can just see the blatant unfairness that's happening? I mean, it just seems so obvious to me that it's not where we want to go with things. Besides the fact that polls are consistently telling us this too.
Yeah, and so look, they are in a bubble. And that's the polite way of putting it.
Also, okay, hold on real quick. Iranian diaspora often become Islamophobic. Turks become culturally Muslim, but not necessarily practice the whole faith. Okay, that makes sense. I guess that's... that makes sense. Okay, all right, now I'm back on track. I already fucked up one of the instructions. All right.
And the thing about bubbles at their extreme is that they never allow for dissent.
Turks are generally secular.
Dissent bursts the bubble, right? Yeah. And so if someone goes 1 inch outside of orthodoxy, and orthodoxy, by the way, that no one voted on, and no one asked trans people in this country, nobody asked them for a vote on it. I mean, that's why I keep using the Latinx example. Latinx comes out, I instantly go, that's crazy. I'm not saying it. I don't know. I know hundreds of Latinos. I've never once heard any of them say Latinx. You guys just made that up in a lab at Oberlin. Okay.
Cenk loves the attention he's getting.
And most importantly, you're pretending to speak for Latinos without asking them. Okay. Yeah. And then it turned out they did a poll, and 96% of Latinos hate Latinx. So in the same exact way, nobody ever asked trans people in this country, hey, what is the position that you guys are in favor of?
That's right.
On any of these issues, they just...
What? Wait, what? 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 What do you mean? I think trans people want to participate in sports. I think this is why the whole thing came up in the first place. No? No? What? What? It's always Chef. What is Brett on? What is happening?
Declared as king of the trans, apparently, or the king of the left, that these trans community believes in maximalist positions, and if we don't get that,
Man,
then we're fine losing.
We needed to have a maximalist counter in this shit. Okay, we should have had a maximalist counter.
No. Ask them.
Yeah.
Have a
Or
conversation.
there's platform certain trans people that will take those positions and make it seem like that's the dominant narrative. When that's why we're here to kind of push back a little bit. And offer
They
some more
assemble when I make
Jake,
the call.
and I want to say this
Assemble.
because this is, I think you're dead on with this. We don't feel like
Why
we have
don't
a
I have the
voice
assemble?
in major media,
Do I
the New
have
York
assemble?
Times,
Oh, I do have
right-wing media.
assemble?
None of us on the show feel like we have a voice or our views are represented in any part of this conversation. But I want to talk about the Benny example, and you're probably too polite to say this. I'm not. And, Benny made some really personal accusations about you being a transphobe. And she alleged this phone call that you've had with her saying, like, you just did a bunch of transphobic stuff. How long have we worked together? It's got to be, 6 years at this point?
Benny?
You are probably the most supportive person in my entire career
Holy filters
at
back.
being trans. There have been days where people have gone after me. I've called Cenk nearly in tears. And in between media hits, he has taken time to be a friend for me. When I've wanted to put out ads with Rebellion PAC that were pro-trans
NXTYT
or
versus
hire trans people to work
gotcha.
at Rebellion PAC, he's been nothing but supportive. And I can't reconcile the person Benny is with the friend that I've had for many years, has had my back over and over and over again. And I really resent that you've got these extremists out there that are taking some of our best friends and talking about them and characterizing them in ways that just are so divorced from reality.
Yeah, and unfortunately, part of that is that we're in the attention business, and it's an ugly business to be in.
Since
right?
when is true
Because
pro-trans?
in the case of Benny,
Benny Vader? Okay.
I gave her a platform in being a contributor in the TYT network where no one else did.
That's right.
And I've done that for trans folks, African Americans, Latinos.
So whoever this person is must always be on the same level and always have the same opinions just because he gave her a platform. I suppose. It's Bonnie now, apparently. Wait, okay. Okay. I assume, okay. I understand now. You either die a maximum or you survive long enough to see yourself become the pick-me. It's Bonnie now? Okay, gotcha. When was this video made? This was made, 1 day ago. Well, one day ago was when this was posted.
You name it, all across the board, right? And over again. And no matter how many times we get attacked, we never change our policies. We never change anything. We just keep hiring those same folks again and again anyway, because everyone's an individual. And because Benny did crazy things, that doesn't mean every trans person is going to do that. That's crazy, right? And so, but unfortunately, some go out on a blaze of glory because they think if I attack the Young Turks, I'm going to attract a lot of attention, which is unfortunately true. That's what happens every time. If people, by the way, a lot of people have left on really, really good terms with the Young Turks. And do you know who they are? Unfortunately, you don't. So that's why people, when they're going out, especially if they were not being, Benny unfortunately was not successful in getting a lot of views, right? And so, but the one thing that worked for her was attacking us.
That's right.
And the common theme that you see in everyone who,
Damn,
almost
Emma
everyone who
Fallout.
left is, now remember everybody.
I'm assuming this is Emma like Bigland. I that's the only Emma I know. Okay, I'm gonna be honest with you. So wait, okay, so there she, like, is it actually true though that like the only way that somebody would know somebody after TYT is if they like leave them and then call them out afterwards or something. Now, what that person did was such bullshit and unfair to TYT. I can't believe I'm being fair to TYT. They just decided to join the mob unfairly, attacking Anna and Shank. Interesting. Okay. Wait, what that person did? Which person, Parse? Emma Vigland? Or somebody else? Or the Bonnie person?
Hey, don't subscribe to the Young Turks. Subscribe to me.
I don't know anything
okay,
about this.
All right. I mean, maybe, and look, both things can be true at the same time. They could truly be in that bubble and believe the
Benny?
things that we think are a little bit
Benny's
crazy,
a
but they
jackass,
don't, and they
okay.
think that's great
Interesting.
and normal and moral.
Oh, the trans person. Okay,
Plus,
Benny,
they could
or
also
Bonnie.
want the attention, right?
So as long as I'm attacking
Benny's a tanky
people
retard.
on this in this interview, I wanted to use another example of a former Young Turks person I'm incredibly frustrated right now with, and that's Emma Vigland. I had subscribed to Majority Report literally since the Bush years. I was there for Break Room Live. Every bit of it with Sam Cedar. It used to be my favorite show. I am really frustrated with the way the Majority Report, you have a bunch of cis people on this show that have these maximalist positions on every single part of
Maximalist?
this. You've got Emma
Take a
who is
shot
out
every
here
time she says
pushing,
someone
like
says
she doesn't
maximalist.
have to live the reality of any of the extreme positions she's putting out there. If she
Who's a cultural cancer? Holy shit.
She says
not
trans
wrong,
women
brother.
should be in sports, period. If she says non-binary people need to go in the bathroom, there are no restrictions, no medical pathway, dismantle everything in sight, she doesn't have to live with any of the complications of that. She'll get praised online. It's the safest point of view, but there's no... I'm so frustrated that there's this project of extremist leftists that are speaking over us in the community.
Yeah, so there's a couple of different issues there. So if Emma, Sam, etc., want to have a maximalist position, that's fine. I don't get to veto it. That's not my business. It's their show, right? And even if you're trans and you think that they're hurting the community, you just have to make a counterpoint. And there's nothing we can do about people who we don't agree with. So that part is perfectly normal, frustrating but normal. Right?
Yeah.
And so what bothers me is not that. Well, because, by the way, there's hosts of TYT Network that have those same positions, right?
Yeah.
And
Okay, wait, hold on. I want to catch up on chat real quick because I don't, let's see. Emma, Egyptians are black because they are in Africa or England? Oh no, did she really say that? That's funny. Why is it them speaking over you and not vice versa?
what we do is we engage in dialogue, debate, etc., and try to inform the audience of both points of view so they can make up their own mind. My issue with the direction they've gone is they're saying if you don't agree with us, you're immoral.
Yes.
And you're right-wing and immoral, and there is you're not allowed to dissent. But again, who elected you mayor of Trans World?
That's right.
Exactly.
Or America, or the left wing. Like, I could do the same thing. I could say, hey, and I think we're more factually correct, of course, right? Which is that, hey, I believe that if you go to those maximalist positions, you're hurting the trans community, right? And so then I could say, well, that's it. Emma, you're not allowed to say anything anymore because you're hurting the trans community. My opinion is you're hurting the trans community, so I win. Right?
Yeah.
Because that's and if you look at it that way, they will say, well, that's absurd. You can't say that.
Well, I'm
but guys,
drunk.
that's
Yeah.
literally what Majority Report is saying. That's literally what these other guys are saying. And then they use this excuse of you're hurting vulnerable communities. But wait a minute. We disagree on what hurts and helps vulnerable communities. In fact, I'm Muslim. So Muslim and trans people are at the very front lines of people who might be harmed by this new administration, right? And by the right wing. So when you tell me I'm not allowed to have a certain opinion about my own community because I would be hurting vulnerable communities, you're not actually trying to protect those communities.
Hey,
You're trying to
welcome in.
protect your own opinion.
How are you doing?
And you're trying to make it seem immoral to disagree with you on strategy and policy. And that's what I think is really harmful.
100%.
Hank, I want to jump in on that because I see a really big parallel in the incentive structures. You're talking about bubbles and echo chambers here. I think it's clear that some people, they exist in an environment where everyone around them is super progressive, and they might
Also,
be.
I'm so sorry. I only just realized that I had chats from earlier in the YouTube chat. I apologize, Jackie and GS and Road. Welcome in if y'all are still here. I'm just bored tonight trolling people. I won't troll you though. Okay, that's fine. I appreciate y'all stopping by. And now I have been way out of the loop. Is Brianna right wing now? Okay, so Brianna is not. She's not. If I'm understanding this correctly, it's not that she's right wing. She's just like. She just seems to be going down the slippery slope. She's like definitely she's hanging out with a lot of people, a lot of like turfy type people, and has as I understand it, has made some pretty turfy comments herself, if not like kind of outright transphobic stuff, but also don't quote me on that. What Lego set are we building? We are building the mini orchid, which literally just came out, that I got for Christmas. Here, let me see if I have the box. It's this one. It's very cute. I do have another orchid that I had built and actually taken apart. So at some point, I might actually build the Lego orchid on stream as well. But today we're building this one. Oops, sorry about that. Poggers, yes, Chode, this is the one I got recently. Okay, let's get back to it.
Cisgender or transgender. But at the end of the day, if you are advocating these maximalist positions, which are landing well because you live in, San Francisco, that doesn't help trans people who live in Texas, who then ultimately have to live with the consequences of everyone around them pointing fingers and saying, look how crazy the Democrats are on these issues. I see a big parallel between this and issues all across the board. Take climate change, for example. It's really hard to understand climate change. And yet, if you're on the right, there's a big incentive to just say, like, I don't really believe it, right? Because that's so much easier than going into the research and deeply understanding these complex issues. So I think we have this problem.
Wait, what? Is it really that hard to understand climate change? Hold on. Okay. I'm trying not to do the debate dunk brain thing, okay? I'm trying. But isn't the research for climate change like pretty easy to understand, and like it's not super complicated. I think like normies could understand this shit, right? Like this isn't something where it's not even like with trans research, right? Where like certain parts of it you could say are still we don't have all the data, or it's still emerging, or it's developing, or whatever the fuck else, right? Normies don't have their interest in research. Research is boring. I agree, Dr. Man. Don't get me wrong. I agree, right? But to compare trans research with climate change is a little weird, right? Because I feel like climate change is a lot easier to understand by the normie with what little, or not what little. Like, I feel like if the data that we have is pretty easily translated into a form that normies would understand when it comes to climate change, as opposed to the trans stuff, right? Not for her, obviously, yeah.
societally
If
with
you're not an idiot,
information and the
exactly.
incentive structures around adopting positions. I wonder
It's hard
for
to
you
understand climate
if you
change to
see
many.
a solution to
No,
this. How
no, I'm not like Origin. I guess what I mean is that like the finer points of it, sure. If you're talking about like, but I think that things like the global temperature, like sea levels and shit, this is stuff that like normies can grasp pretty easily, right? I guess that's what I mean. Well, I don't know. Maybe it's just me being Doug brain though.
do we break out of this cycle of just taking whatever positions
Who
convenient
is the person talking?
and
I don't
actually
even
get
know.
to
That's the other
truth
thing.
of the matter?
Yeah, so let me use 2 examples
Whoever
here.
this
again.
Dollcast person
So
is.
um,
Kitty time?
I was just at
hold on.
AmFest. That's the big Talking Point USA conference over the weekend. And
Here, I'll get a kitty over.
I am blowback for that.
Could not believe that. Stupidest blowback in history.
Yeah, so they said, like literally the critics are saying, talking to anyone who voted for Trump is like an act of racism and fascism.
Oh, half touch?
And
Oh,
so,
okay.
but guys, do they really think that 77 million people that voted for Trump are all fascists, are all racist, all sexist? Like I can't believe that their bubble is so thick that they can't see that's an insane and untenable position, right?
Mhm.
But when I went to go talk to her, and I've done this now on dozens of right-wing shows, I start with a point of agreement. So on sports, by the way, not even high school sports. I don't agree with them on high school sports. I think I don't want to check the genitalia of millions of kids because they're worried about 13 trans women competing cross country against girls. Who cares, right? But I can have that debate with them and I can have that battle. But on professional sports, I agree with them. And I start with that point of agreement. Then I say, now, let me get point of agreement with you guys on constitutional rights, right? And so on housing, employment, healthcare, core constitutional rights.
Oh, hold on. If you like the hairline on this guy, you probably would like his unfortunate nose splotch placement. In this house, we call him Shitler sometimes. Okay. Okay, wait. What is this? What is this? What's
You
happening?
agree that
He looks
trans
like he's
Americans
wearing a
are
wig.
like
He just-
every other Americans, and we're all 100% American and should have 100% constitutional rights. And almost every right-wing host that I've talked to says, yes, you're right about that. Oh my God, we just established a floor that is excellent. and then let's layer on top and have those debates, right? And I did
He's
it
a
at
cutie.
AmFest, and the
he's
reaction was
awful, but
interesting,
he's a
right?
cutie.
Yeah.
I would say 2/3, the best that I could discern, 2/3 of the room applauded trans constitutional rights.
Yeah.
Okay, at AmFest.
That's impressive. Yeah.
So now Charlie said, well, I don't know if housing is a constitutional right, so I'll debate that with him on another day, right? But so it's
Wait, hold on. Trans constitutional right. Hold on a second. I need to go back because is he scoffing at like trans constitutional rights? Hold on. I'm sorry. What's happening here? What is happening? Is that what he's saying?
mixed bag. You're not going to get trans every other
Sorry,
core
I know I was
constitutional
going back
right
a second.
players, right? But I can have that debate with them and I can have that battle. But on professional sports, I agree with them, and I start with that point of agreement. Then I say, now, let me get point of agreement with you guys on constitutional rights, right? And so on housing, employment, healthcare, core constitutional rights, you agree that trans Americans are like every other Americans, and we're all 100% American and should have 100% constitutional rights. And almost every right-wing host that I've talked to says, yes, you're right about that. Oh my God, we just established a floor that is excellent. and then let's layer on top and have those debates, right? And I did it at AmFest.
Thank you so much for the follow. Also, welcome in, Bong and stuff. I'm sorry, hold on. Oh, Critical Rad Theory, thanks for the follow. I don't know why my thing cut off there. But yes, Woo content, it's fresh off the press, apparently. Are trans people American? Yeah, well, okay, no, hold on. Well, let him cook. I'm gonna let him cook, okay? I wasn't listening the first time. I'm gonna let him finish his point.
And the reaction was interesting, right?
Yeah.
I would say 2/3, the best that I could discern, 2/3 of the room applauded trans constitutional rights.
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
And best.
Okay.
That's impressive. Yeah.
So now Charlie said, well, I don't know if housing is a constitutional right, so I'll debate that with him on another day, right?
Mhm.
But so it's a mixed bag. You're not
Okay, so I was jumping the gun a little bit. He's saying that he can talk to right wingers and get them to agree that trans people are Americans and that they have constitutional rights by dint of being Americans. Okay, all right. I'm glad I went back and
going
listened
to get
to
like
it. Okay.
Nirvana overnight, but look at these gains we're making when we actually have a conversation, right? And so again, back to now my identity, to
Did
give
this
you
kinda
another
happen
example
after
that
Kamala?
isn't about
Yeah,
trans
it
issues.
did.
So I was talking to a right-wing host
I'm
last
assuming,
week
actually.
on there, and then after we went off air, he said, "You know what I really appreciate about you, Cenk?" Or we might even have done it on air. He said, "You put out a video explaining how to pronounce your name." And I was like, okay, and tell me more, right? And he's like, look, your name is hard to pronounce, and you acknowledge it. Whereas I feel attacked if I said Kamala Harris the wrong way.
Yeah.
And then
What?
people say that I'm a racist for that when I had no bad intent. You see how we're pushing people away? But we don't need to. Nobody knows how to pronounce Cenk.
Wait, is he saying that like Kamala should have had a video explaining how to say her name? If you watch the video Cenk is referring to, you'd see that agree is an overstatement. That's even funnier, Eddie Bombay. Hanania will fill in the space that Black Guy quit from next. Wait, what's happening? Did they correct their behavior? He must be a good farmer because he's building Strawman. I'm just so. Unironically, if a right winger agrees they are human, it's quite a progress. I mean, okay, listen, I'm not gonna lie. I do think that that would be progress in the sense that, it's progress that's like it's one of those progress that's like, you know, we should be better. You know, at this point, we shouldn't have to argue for like basic human rights. But I think that in some senses, I think that like MAGA. One thing that MAGA does well is like, I feel like this messaging, a lot of the times makes it really easy for people to just start hating on a group and not actually think about like the individuals that would get affected, you know? Which is why I feel like you have all these people who are, you know, now they're like, doing shocked Pikachu faces when they find out that like their local immigrant is like probably likely to get deported, right? You know what I mean? Also, thank you so much for the follow, Original Logos. I appreciate it. So the you know, so like getting them to, so actually, yeah, I do think that it would be a win, even if it's like we should have had this win a while ago, you know? I don't know. It sucks that this is where we are. There's no activity in your YouTube chat, and it's sad. To be fair, Original Logos, I've only recently actually started streaming on YouTube, so we're definitely new there, for sure. But I appreciate you hanging out in the YouTube. You can hang out in my Twitch, too. My Twitch is definitely more active. Can we watch this clip as well? Oh, here. Let's take I think we've earned a bit of a clip break. I'm surprised we've gotten so far. I might actually finish this whole thing. Who knows? What is this? Is this a Forsen clip?
Swedish, and everyone, and
What
the
is
kids
this?
were
Okay, hold on a second.
dreading it, but
This desktop is killing me, dude. What is going on? Okay, hold on. What is this?
it's a thing, Swedish, and everyone, and the kids were Not
Hey, Forsen,
dreading it, but
sorry
it's...
to say, that wasn't penis inspection day.
Alright, here we go.
You were molested by the PE teacher.
PP
That's not funny,
extension day.
but it's not also true. Wait, so I am actually surprised now. You don't have it? You don't have it in your country?
Yeah, what
I
is
see a lot of
this?
question marks. It's...
What is this PP inspection day? I have no idea what this was referring to. I saw y'all talk about it in chat, but I did not understand it, right? Utopia video finished when? Good question, Parse. Honestly, I might not be doing my normal cooking stream tomorrow. We could probably finish it then. Okay. Alright, here. Let's get back to this.
It's C with a J. Nobody knows that. Okay, stop assuming bad intent. Because once you do that, you're not bringing people into your side. You're pushing them away from you.
Well, I see this constantly.
go ahead, Toph. Yeah.
No, I mean, just there's a real incentive to just bludgeon people at any chance you get with, slightly stepping over the line. And there's an expectation more and more that if someone makes you feel bad, even a little bit, like they are in the wrong. And that's turned out to be a very powerful bludgeon, especially on the progressive side. Progressives are very sensitive to people's feelings. And so as soon as someone is told like, oh, you're actually making me feel bad,
Jesus,
you're racist or whatever,
chill,
that really
buddy.
lands. And it seems like it's getting people to shut up and not actually have these conversations or, just continually take positions which are more and more focused on protecting the slightest harm to the tiniest minority group. Latinx, a good example. Maybe it helps, some tiny percentage of non-binary, Latino people, but most Latino people are not falling into that category, and then they feel really isolated. So I just see that everywhere.
Yeah, thank you for saying that, and I think it's so true. Like that, guys. Why did we lose the popular vote when the Democrats hadn't lost the popular vote in over 20 years, right? And it seemed like it was over. In fact, the Republicans started putting out talking points against democracy because they thought they were never going to win the popular vote again. Because the minute that anyone disagrees with us 1%, we immediately call them right-wing fascists and push them out, right? And the minute that you agree with, like I agree with MAGA 5%, it's actually probably more than that now, 10, 20%. Why? Because I didn't go towards them. They came towards me. Wait,
what? What do you say?
Like I agree with MAGA 5%. It's actually probably more than that now, 10, 20%. Why? Because I didn't go towards them. They came towards me. They say they're anti-war, anti-corruption. They want to...
Bro!
Pardon Edward Snowden, cut the Pentagon. They hate Mitch McConnell. They hate Dick Cheney. Oh, great. I'm going to take yes for an answer, right? And they say, no, that's unacceptable. So when MAGA, when I say I agree with MAGA 5%, they say, welcome, come on in, right? And when I say I disagree with the left 5%, they go, get away from us. We don't want you, right? Well, that's how you lose. And to your point about feelings, okay, there's two parts to that that's really interesting. One, you hurt my feelings, so you're not allowed to have that opinion, is not a logical argument.
No. Unfortunately, it's effective, but not logical.
Yeah, really.
And so it's not logical because everybody has different feelings. And so if we adjust for that, we have to figure out, we have to adjust for 330 million feelings. And you can't ever get to a position that doesn't offend someone's feelings, right?
It's so funny. Like, it seems like he's just doing this off of, like, Twitter exchanges and shit. Like, I mean, don't get me wrong. I know that the left does have a bit of a purity testing kind of deal, where they like to, they will purity test and shit. But, like, for the most part, I feel like this is all fucking... I feel like this is all Twitter infighting and shit. I mean, okay, and again, it's not, and I will say, okay, hold on, I'll go even further, okay? I'll say that even, I'll say that, like, these days, the polarization is maybe more so than normal, right? It's to the point where it is like, you know how we had people and even me, right? It's like, no, you have to vote Democrat. Like, if you don't want Trump in there, you have to vote Democrat. That's it, right? And it's not that there's no excuse for it, but like that's kind of like the polarization and also the state of where we were, right? I understand that, but like, so of course you're going to get like, okay, for example, if you come out with a more moderate position or like with one where it kind of seems like you're pandering a little bit too much to the right, then you are going to get criticism because it's an election year and we have like a fucking important election that we have to vote in, and you can't cede ground to the maggots, right? So I understand that, but also if you run a fucking podcast, you're online all the time, you'd think that you'd have a little bit more thick skin than this. No? You're just young and it's okay. Onion, wait, what do you mean? Literal Twitter brain. Yeah, I don't know. I really feel like interacting. Probably. Okay, here. Also, what is my Lego? I'm building the oh shit. I'm building the mini orchid that they just came out with. I'm very excited about it.
So it's absurd on its face, point one. Point two is they're giant hypocrites about it because they don't actually care about people's feelings. Why do I say that? So do you think it might hurt our feelings when you call us Nazis?
Yeah.
Oh, but our feelings don't count. And it's not about me or Anna. No. It's about anyone they disagree with. So you don't mind hurting the feelings of people you disagree with, but you mind it intensely when they hurt your feelings. Well,
Yeah,
then, you know what that sounds like, by the way? Ironically, that sounds like a right-winger.
Yeah.
Because right-wing says, hey, if it happens to you, I don't give a damn. If it happens to me, then I care a lot, right?
So Jake, I wanted to talk about this because I think like the reaction to you at the Charlie Kirk event is really emblematic. And, you know, when you ran for president, this is about the time I really had hit my limit with, I think it's something you pointed out, a side of the left that I think is increasingly fascist in the way that they behave. It's about shutting down debate. It's about moralizing. It's about control. And, you know, there's a playbook that I've been through a lot. And I think you have been uniquely through this playbook of doubting people's intentions and taking the most cynical read of it and turning you into an enemy just for having a slight difference of opinion. And I think the Charlie Kirk event is a really good example. Yeah,
What was the Charlie Kirk event? Does anyone have a TLDR of maybe what happened? Like, what is going on? What is she referencing? I'm gonna be honest, I cannot be arsed to look it up. He talked with him and broke bread. I don't know. Best thing I can say is what's best for you. 3-day-long conservative con. Oh yeah, the TPUSA stuff. Like, what was Cenk there or something? Hey Beans, I really like your race and IQ manifesto you put out for the H-1B visas. I thought it was really cool. Thanks, Watsaku. Appreciate your support, buddy. Jesus Christ. On stage. Oh, Cenk was on stage? To be clear, I did not have a manifesto about the H-1B visas, okay? Cenk was on stage day 3? Oh, shit. Okay, all right.
Heard you go to that. And I'm like, okay, Cenk is my friend. I literally do not know another person in Democratic politics that will just tell you what you're
And he was
thinking.
slurping.
Like there's no pretext with you. You will tell anyone who will ask, you'll shout it on the air. This is the strategy I'm thinking about. This is where I believe we should go. And you're exactly that person in back channel. Tremendously direct. But there's this entire political project that, again, Emma Vigeland was doing this to you literally yesterday, putting doubt on it, insinuating that you're trying to like rationalize like racism or like these Nazi impulses. And there's this tendency to really darken and to doubt every single one of your intentions. So my question is, how do public figures like you and me, how do we turn the left around? Because the conclusion I've come to is, as much as I am aligned with progressive politics, I think there's something so fundamentally broken within progressivism that I don't think we're going to win. It's not because our ideas are good. It's because there's such a tendency to rip ourselves apart over the most minute differences that I don't see any future where we get power together.
Okay, I'm sorry. I'm pausing this because I think that it's very important that I show y'all this. Okay, if y'all have ever had pastel de nata, it's like it's a Portuguese, like a custard tart. And Costco has these right now, and they're not exactly like the ones that we had in Portugal, but they're pretty fucking close, okay? So if you have a Costco membership, you should definitely try these, okay? They're pretty fucking good. I kind of want to try making them myself at some point, but they're pretty good. All right, okay, sorry, back to this.
Like, how do we deal with this, like, fundamentally toxic dynamic that exists on our own side?
Yeah, so
I'm
great
actually
question.
going to get a napkin real
but
quick.
First, let me put you at ease, Brianna.
Sure.
We've been around for 22 years, and we always win.
Yep.
So it takes a long time, oftentimes. I mean, we went through the Dave Rubin fights and the Jimmy Dore fights, and before that, the Sam Harris fights, and and people don't even remember anymore, like Sargon of Akkad. Oh, everybody knows Sargon is right. That was like, I don't know, 2 decades ago, right? So all those folks are not where they used to be, and all the people who thought, oh no, Young Turks will never survive this, etc. And so, but why? Because being open-minded is the correct answer.
That's right.
Being open-hearted is the correct answer. So if you stay on the correct course, you're going to get to the right answer. But what it requires is courage, because I know we're walking into the eye of the storm, right? And that when we
Hey, Eddie of Bombay. Jump to
6:35 p.m. for Senk and the right-wing meeting in the middle link.
Okay, yeah, here. Yeah, I don't mind doing that. Thank you, Eddie. I appreciate the bits. Yeah, why did he mention Sargon of Akkad? Sargon of Akkad is, like, completely irrelevant, right? Okay, here. 1835.
Agreements, okay? And on one of those issues, professional sports, I agree with you guys. On high school sports, I don't. We'll go get into a bloody battle on that, okay? But I want to ask you guys something. Do you believe that trans Americans should have the same constitutional rights as all Americans to employment, health care, and housing? Constitutional rights.
Do you want me to translate? Well, there is no constitutional right to housing.
Okay, so I hear you. What I got out of that, guys...
I'm just trying to be the interpreter.
Yeah. No, there was a lot of applause and there was some consternation, right? I'll take it. It's a start. So, guys, when we can even disagree about what's constitutional, Second Amendment, housing, etc. But just let's treat everyone as Americans. And I say that to the right and I say it to the left.
For sure. So we're going to go a little overtime because I know the boss here. And there's two things. I want to ask about free speech, and then I want to try to say, can we get one or two acts?
Okay. All right. Okay. That was pretty... You were right, Eddie. That was pretty milk toast, right? Like that's not what I would call he's not exactly getting like I don't know, he's not getting like a strong. I feel like he's making more of he's saying like, oh, I got some applause, that means that they really agreed, y'all, they agreed. Like he didn't even get like a solid statement out of like what's his face here, right? I always fucking forget his name. I mean, it was literally said earlier. Small step. I mean, was that even small steps? Like, it was very... Charlie Cock, yes, thank you. Yeah, I heard some boos. Charlie Brown! He's Colby Cheese. Yeah, I don't know, dude. This is pretty... This is very milquetoast. I'm glad you showed this, because, like, the way he was presenting this, I thought that, like, somebody admitted it, you know what I mean? This is more like he got some scattered applause. And he's like, yeah, no, they're totally on board. I don't know, dude.
Diverge 5% from this orthodoxy that came out of the online community and that bubble that doesn't exist in the real world, right? That we're going to get massive blowback, nuclear blowback.
Sure.
But that's okay.
Yeah.
Because guys, there's no way around this except fighting through that. Like,
Sure.
You're not going to be able to politely change people's minds.
I find this a disappointing answer, though, Cenk, because I think there's something structurally that is
He's not
broken in
getting
the
his
left
head
right
pats.
now, and it's more broken than it was 20 years ago. It's very fast to get moralized. The attention economy has made it so there's so much clout in us going against each other. Do you really not think this is a structural problem that's getting worse?
You know, it's a structural problem, but we're going to get past it.
How do we do that, though?
The way to get past it is to force these conversations.
Okay.
Be strong, say what you're going to say, have them call you a right-winger, and fight
You're like
that
a
fight.
couple.
And at the end, if the audience and the voters come in our direction, then we win that fight. And so what happened, guys, is that when I co-founded Just Democrats, progressive meant Bernie Sanders, right?
That's right.
So all the economically populist positions that we love, Medicare for all, paid family leave, etc., right? And it also meant on social issues, we protect gay marriage. We were for gay marriage decades before the Democratic leadership were, etc. We protect trans rights. We protect all of our rights, right? But then, unfortunately, some of the folks who got elected in Just Democrats, like AOC, etc., and some leaders online said, no, progressive means the most extreme positions on social issues every time. Okay, and they kind of redefine progressive to make it seem more extreme. And the whole time I'm going, no, don't do that. So that doesn't represent everybody in the progressive ecosystem. In fact, it represents only a minority, a tiny minority of people in the progressive ecosystem. And then on top of that, it's terrible electoral strategy. And on top of that, it's bullying. It's all of these things, right? So now I want to slowly reclaim the word progressivism. And I'm adding populism so people can go, oh, right, the economic stuff. I get it. Right? Oh, right, the anti-corruption stuff, the anti-war stuff, universal health care, etc. So that's progressive populism, right? Or populist progressives. And then eventually, I want to reclaim.
What is this? Is AOC like? Is she that extreme? That hasn't really been, from like what I remember of her positions. Like, is she really extreme at all? Like extreme left? Like how I don't understand how is AOC too extreme for Cenk? Like, is this how far he's like slid towards the right? Like, what's happening? That's framing for a narrative. It's agreeable because that's how she's been made out to be by right-wing. Oh, right. Yeah, okay. I see what you're saying. He's saying that, okay, to pander to, okay. He just hit 21%. What is happening? She's the most recognizable lefty to call. Yeah, no. I understand. Like, I just... Extreme left is Argy, not AOC. True! True! Do you see the vid of AOC reciting the Shada and pronouncing jihad on the American Empire? True! That's so true.
Whole word. But right now we got some work to do in that direction before people start thinking about progressives as good guys who are fighting for things that help all of us and protect all of our rights, as opposed to extremists who only want the most maximum positions that most Americans don't agree.
You know, this totally reminds me of a meme I was just reading. Colin Wright put this out, actually. He was one of our first guests on our show.
Also, does anyone know who this lady is? I have don't know who any of these people are. That name Taftaj, I'm actually, like, somewhat familiar with the name, but I don't think I've ever watched any of their stuff. So I don't really know anything about them either.
And it was just this little meme of a line of positions, and it was showing over time, and it was at the end. The key phrase was, "I didn't leave the left."
Okay, hold on,
Onion.
Onion. Like, these are okay. Let's be clear, because I'm not entertaining I'm not entertaining transphobia on the stream. As far as I understand it, everybody on this panel except for Cenk are all women. There's not really gonna be, unless there's like a pronoun situation that I'm getting fucked up on. That's not gonna be argued on my stream anymore. Anyway. Taftas used to come on panels often. Wick Prime, okay, gotcha. I don't think she does porn, so you wouldn't know her. Argy! Why would you say that? Why would I know what porn people star in? Asking a question should not be punished. Yeah, I understand that. No, I'm not punishing you for asking the question. I'm just trying to head off the specific bent of conversation that some people might take it down. Okay, that's all. That's all.
Me. Yeah. And it's like, I just keep hearing that.
Also, hey, Anna K Life. I missed the old beans who would just crash out and say the most unhinged shit. You missed that portion of my stream. I did that earlier. Okay? How are you doing, Anna K? You are a known gooner. I speak. No, shut up.
Over and over in this dialogue, and I'm like, that is just how I feel. Like, when I was talking with my friends about this recent election, and I was like, yeah, who are you voting for? And they're all pretty centrist, actually. They were like, well, we're going to vote Kamala. But I was like, so what policy does she have that inspires you? And they were like, I don't know. I just really hate Trump. I just don't like Trump. And it's like, there just felt like there was nothing really unifying them towards Kamala. And it got me thinking, like, what's the vision here with the Democratic Party? And where's the anti-establishment, like, left that used to be in the to me used to be part of the Democrats, like, 10, 20 years ago. And, like, why is it so establishment heavy or friendly? Like, I felt like that was what Kamala was sort of running on, and they all kind of had the same, like, sympathy here. And it was just because they didn't want Trump that they were voting for her. And it wasn't like a very strong, I don't know, they just weren't passionate about it at all. And I was wondering if you could speak a little bit to, what do you think the direction is for progressive politics, like in terms of focusing on populism and those types of things?
Yeah, so first,
I mean, okay, just to very quickly answer this, like, I mean, I think that I think it would be good to have something to rally behind, and I think that we need something to rally behind, but, like, I don't necessarily see the issue. Okay. Maybe this is just me being a soy lib. But, like, I don't necessarily see the issue with, like, rallying behind not allowing Trump to take office. You know what I mean? I forget what it's actually called, right? I don't necessarily see the issue with that, with rallying around that, right? As long as your candidate that you're rallying around is not like, you know, ancient or complete dog shit, right? I do agree, to move forward, we would probably want something to actually be excited for, right? And, you know, we can get into all of the failings of the Democratic Party, you know, and go on from there, but, like, you know, I don't know. If someone is like, we need to Epstein the country and turn the civil service into a retard circle jerk, I'm alright with just defaulting to the other side. Yeah, Babu. Yeah, I mean, that's one way of putting it. Again, I understand that it's not like a long-term sustainable kind of deal. I understand that, right? Trump is the solution to all our ails. I mean, anti-establishmentarians are cancer to society. Okay, wait. Anti-establishmentarians. Go Trump? No, we are not Trump fans around here. I'd argue a heap of shit coming from the cons regarding policy is at least functionally terrorism. I mean, like, look, I think if anything, like, the whole, like, them dismantling, like, or wanting to dismantle the federal government is, like, pretty, I'd say that it's pretty fucking bad. Except for your head mod. Well, that's different, okay? We tolerate him despite his failings. Oh god. Yeah, he's not around. I wonder why.
First of all, these colors don't run. And what I mean by that is, and I've been saying this for 20 years, and we put the American flag and the TYT logo for over a decade. So some portions of the left said, "Oh, America's bad," and you know, and then American history's bad, and you shouldn't love America, right? And the flag is, you know, the right wing wraps themselves in the flag and stuff. I was like, no, guys. American history is filled with toxic stuff. It's, of course, slavery, the slaughter of the Native Americans.
The federal government is extremely corrupt. It's time to dismantle it. Oh, and put in a person who doesn't give a shit about anyone except his own self and his billionaire buddies, and basically turned the country into his own pocketbook. Sure, buddy, sure. Like, no. Like, you literally have not lived in a country that is more corrupt than America. Like, get fucked. Like, not even close, dude. Like, I sure, if you want to talk about, like, you know, reducing the government or increasing efficiency, making it more transparent, sure, do those things. Don't, like, fucking, like, pull the shit that the cons pull, by, like, gutting government programs and then saying, and then pointing at them and saying, hey, look, these things are shit, because you like gutted them. Right? Maybe he took a day off to recover from the bomb that Elon dropped recently. No, Christopher, actually, he was in here earlier. He seemed a little upsetty spaghetti. He was saying that Trump is gonna have to disavow Elon, or he might actually lose the MAGA crowd. He seemed a little I haven't ever seen, I'm gonna be honest, I haven't ever seen Grackle be like say anything anti-Trump until today. It wasn't like quite an anti-Trump thing, but He was rich before he went into government. Pelosi and Biden and many more will leave the government rich from all their corrupt dealing. Okay, you are actually just a moron. You are actually a moron. Don't need to give a shit he isn't up for re-election. Yeah. Wonder if he knows Trump already said he agrees with Elon. No. That was it, Eon. That was what he was upset about. He was upset that Trump was siding with Elon. Won't say the R word under any circumstance. Listen, I'm trying, okay? I don't want to.
Didn't deny that. You should learn from that, right?
I'm trying
but
to
to
be
say
better.
that all of America is bad is ridiculous. My family came here because of the great parts of America, and we love this country. So don't run away from the American flag. Say that the American flag is better represented by the left because we fight for equality and justice.
Yes.
Right? Tell us.
Yeah,
And the
I
same
know,
is
I
true
know.
of why I left the left. I'm never going to say that.
Why
I'm
I
not
left
leaving
the
the
left.
left.
He said it.
And so
He just said it.
I stand and fight so they don't get to say who's the left and who isn't, especially when they're wrong. So here, I'll give you an example on a topic we haven't talked about because it's so important for people to understand this. On crime, what happened? Again,
Oh my God.
they took the maximalist position in California to turn felonies into misdemeanors, including assault, some forms of domestic assault. I'm like, what are we doing? Who? Why? Nobody wanted this. I've been in every progressive get-together for like the last 20 years. And I never heard anybody say, yeah, you know what? Let's turn felonies into misdemeanors. And let 70,000 criminals out of jail without, doing
Why I write the
proper
right.
vetting, right? Or ahead of time. Like nobody voted for that. Nobody wanted that. Nobody pushed for that. So I don't even know where these crazy maximalist positions came from. And they said, Cenk, you're crazy. You're feeding in a right-wing narrative, and crime is imaginary. There is no crime problem. You're just imagining it. I'm like, okay, except here's the stats from 2019 to 2023 in a place like California, and crime definitely went up. I gave the stats, 40% this, 50% increase in that, et cetera. And then we had a vote, and we finally voted on it in California. So
Cenk, I have a personal story to that. I had my suitcase stolen on a trip to California right outside of San Jose. And this rings so true. And when I went to report the crime, because I was like, okay, I lost a drone and all this stuff, the police literally said, oh, thank God this is over. I think it was $750 or something like that, or else they wouldn't even record it. Because this just doesn't even matter. And it's like, this is insane. It's so sad. I love California. And the state has just gone so downhill.
Yeah, so $950
Wait, what was she just whining about? Why was she whining about that, hold on, I'm sorry.
I lost a drone and all this stuff. The police literally said, oh, thank God this is over. I think it was $750 or something like that, or else they wouldn't even record it. Because this just doesn't even matter. And it's like, this is insane. It's
So, drone, huh? Suska. Yeah, okay, hold on. So, they said that, okay, hold on. She had measured, so 36 seconds. Okay, wait, hold on. I'm actually curious. I know this is like a stun Moxie thing, okay? California, theft. Hold on. What is it? Petty theft? No. What? $750? Well, I'm trying to see if oh. Theft of goods worth $950. Well, okay, I'm seeing things about Prop 47, which makes a theft of goods worth $950 or less a misdemeanor rather than a felony. But like, I mean, it just seems to me that it's just like, at what point, like, at what monetary level it ratchets up, right? Am I wrong? You know what's funny? Me and my family left Iran to come to Canada just in case Iran gets unstable or in the event of a war with America so we can remain safe. And now with Trump in office, he might invade Canada and make it the 51st state. Okay, Parth. I mean, I know, but there's no way he's gonna do that. I feel like that is very... I feel like the stuff he says about Canada is very classic... Let me say some outrageous shit so that I can slide some other thing under the rug, right? Like, I feel like he says a lot of things, a lot of crazy things, and usually it's like done so that, you know, like sometimes it's just him being him, like him going off script, and then like other times it's like he's doing this so that this other thing that he's trying to pull is like gonna be going under the radar, right? Do you know the war crimes that Canada would? I just don't think it would happen. He's not gonna have any amount of support to actually do it. He's just saying it, and he keeps calling like governors, like he keeps calling like, yeah, flood the zone with shit, exactly. Grab them by the pussy. Oh my god.
So sad. I love California, and the state has just gone so downhill.
Yeah, so $950 was the limit, and then underneath that it becomes a misdemeanor. But the problem was that misdemeanors get pled down to nothing, so people were just walking right out the door, right? And anytime anybody complained about it, the extreme left would yell at him and go, "You're a right winger, and you're being bougie." Okay, just in fact, Emma did a video where she said, if you get punched in the subway, bougie to complain. I'm like, no, it's bougie not to complain.
What?
Because it's the working class that's getting punched in the face in the subway. There aren't billionaires in the subway getting punched in the face, you knucklehead. It's the working class. And so, like, wait, we're supposed to, like, we went from, hey, if you smoke a joint, you shouldn't go away for life. That's mental, right? You shouldn't go to jail at all for smoking a joint. To let's let out criminals because that's the left-wing position. No, it's not. Wait, are you saying, like, for example, the trans community, and again, the Muslim community, are we pro-crime? No, we're anti-crime. Yeah, crime gets done to us. Right? Yeah. We're very, very anti-crime. So do not speak on our behalf and tell us that, oh, it's no big deal if there's assault. You're bougie to complain if you're trans and you got assaulted. But of course, they don't say that. They say if you're trans and you got assaulted, that's awful. Yeah. But if you're a white male, or even if you're an African-American woman and you're working class and you're on the subway, then maybe it's not awful that you got assaulted, and you should shut up about it. Otherwise, you're helping a right-wing narrative, right?
See, they do this to trans people, Cenk. They say, like, look at the bathroom situation, the We Spot thing in California, right? A sex pervert goes in there, abuses a loophole in California law to walk in, has an erect penis, and just has a fetish showing this to women. My God, and, like, for me as a trans woman, I'm probably more angry about this than a lot of, like, cis women are, just because it puts my rights at risk. It makes us look like perverts. And it's like, nobody asked me or anyone on the show about that policy. It's terrible. And this is the fundamental problem, is the progressive move. Anytime, like, complications from these policies we've advocated, like defund the police, every time it comes up, it gets like, they just want to pretend all these complications aren't there. If we are progressive, we are talking a big structural change, top to bottom. We have to have a wide election.
So I mean, we can look it up. I mean, even if it... The thing is that even if that did happen, this is not a situation that I would say is being, like, this is not what people who advocate for trans rights, that's not what they're advocating for. So I don't know why it's even relevant, you know? Like, why is it relevant? Why are you bringing this up? Why is this a thing? Why are we watching a Cenk and Brianna circle jerk? Because it's fresh content.
Work with, some of which is going to be more right-leaning, some of which is going to be more left-leaning, which is why it's so critical we don't fall into this rabbit hole of identity politics. It's got to be economic in nature. It's got to be about dignity for everyone. And what I want to do sometimes is shake these hosts and go go run for office. Because when I ran for office, I had to go do things like talk to the elevator union. And let me tell you, the guys that go to union school to learn how to install elevators, they're not sitting there reading about queer theory, about non-binary pronouns. They're working class people that have to get up at 4 a.m. and work till 10 o'clock at night to go hit a deadline. That's who we say we represent. So I don't know why we're so unrealistic about that.
Really
yeah,
awesome.
100%. And to finish the thought about, okay, well, who actually represents the Democratic voters and voters on the left? So on that crime issue, California had a Prop 36 that took those misdemeanors and brought them back up to felonies, right? Being tougher on crime. So if the extreme left was correct, well, that would fail because California is overwhelmingly Democratic. It passed with 70% of the vote.
Of course it did.
Democratic voters going, no, you misunderstood what I'm saying. I am not at all pro-crime. I hate crime, right? And then in Oakland, they had a defund the police mayor. They recalled her, and the vote was 65-35 in Oakland. Yes. So meanwhile, people on these extreme left hosts are pretending that they represent black and brown communities, and we're not allowed to disagree with them on crime because we would be hurting vulnerable communities. I'm like, you knuckleheads, you guys sound racist.
Yes.
Brown communities by protecting criminals. No, the black and brown communities in Oakland just told you to shut the F up. The 65-35 recall vote. When is it going to get through your thick head? You do not represent the left. You do not represent Democratic voters. And anytime they have a chance to show it to you, they do in overwhelming fashion.
I think the thing is, whenever you go to war with reality and just surround yourself with yes men and people who are telling you what you want to believe, you lose. You can't win against the real world. And we see that happen again and again. I want to go to Kelly in just a moment because I believe she had another question as well.
I was just curious because I know it must be hard.
Okay, hold on a second. I understand a father getting upset when a trans walks into a bathroom with a 6-year-old girl. Okay, hold on a second. The Onion, what are you talking about? When a trans person walks into a bathroom with... What? Like, what do you mean when a trans... Hold on a second. A father in a women's bathroom with his 6-year-old girl and a trans woman walks in. What are you even saying? A father... A man inside a women's bathroom with his 6-year-old daughter, and then a trans woman's walks. What are you? No, I want you to take a night. I want you to take some time and just think about what you have just said. Like, as a transphobe, not even people on TikTok are complaining about this. No. People only, like, this whole bathroom shit is, like, fucking overblown, okay? I understand, on one hand, it's like, I understand if people are going in with the explicit purpose of being perverts. That has nothing to do with trans people. Perverts are going to be perverts no matter their gender or their presentation, okay? If a trans woman is using a bathroom, they're probably dressing as a woman, they're probably presenting as a woman, they're probably doing all manner of things. Like, no. Like, are you saying that, like, a person in a bathroom with their 6-year-old daughter would, like, see someone who kind of looks like they might not actually be a woman and be upset What the fuck is this? Pissing in the sink, Sag. Okay, I'm sorry, what is this? Want a quick video on the exit poll from an actual professional, someone who knows what they're talking about? Yes, hold on, yes, I need a breather.
Hey everybody, Peter Zion coming to you from New Zealand, and now that I'm safely in another country, I've got something about U.S. politics I thought I should share. We now have pretty good exit polling from all 50 states, and I can safely say that we've had a significant change not just in voting patterns, but in organizational patterns for the U.S. politically. Traditionally, when we think about the last 70 years of our bi-party system, the wealthier you are, the more likely you are to vote Republican. It's the party of business and wealth. And if you're working class or poor or on the dole, you're more likely to vote Democrat, which is the party of the working man and the minorities. Yeah, that fell apart completely in this election. In this election, regardless of what your income was, up to once you get into the 1%, they don't track you anymore. So basically $500,000 or less had no bearing whatsoever. Every individual income category was within an 8-point spread, right clustered around 50% for who voted for who. So for the first time in American history, and only one of a very rare number of times in global history, economics and income don't shape your political leanings. Now, this isn't sustainable. It's fun for an election and maybe two. And it means a couple things. Number one, it means that the culture war is a big determining factor in how people vote. But more importantly, the idea that business and unions and rich and poor don't shape our politics is, of course, asinine. So how people redefine how their income matters to them politically is probably going to determine how we get out of this political mess that we're in right now. Because right now we've got two very small, very brittle parties, the Democratic Party and the Republican Party, that are clustered around a very short list of issues that most of the country honestly doesn't care about all that much. And we've been presented with a series of voting for the lesser of two evils. Now, for me as an independent, I'm comfortable with that. I've been doing that a long time, but for everybody else, it's a shit show. So we're going to see this shift over the next election cycle or two, and money will come back into it for better or for worse. Income will come back to it. Identity will come back to it from an economic point of view. And then we get a fundamentally new party system. What will that look like? I have no idea. Literally, this has never happened before in American history. So we have no examples whatsoever to judge by. But I can guarantee you that we're all going to find out together, and it's going to be really uncomfortable.
Okay, spit vipers are sick. Yeah, we need that. We need all. Where's all the wicked emotes? I mean that like is, I guess, disheartening, but also I've heard about that whole like, you know, the working class, the Democratic Party is no longer now the party of the working class. I had heard that from a couple places before, and I guess I don't know, like, well, first of all, I don't know if it is reversible, and also I don't know if that is, like, necessarily what we want. Like, do you want it to be reversed? Or should there be another strategy? You know what I mean? I don't know. I need people who are more educated than me to tell me, essentially. I know that sounds bad. They pulled themselves up by their bootstraps while everyone else was eating theirs. Nod, yeah.
All the pushback that you guys received, like on the Young Turks, like I know it's not just Benny that you guys had issues with. It was also like Sandy Lauves, as well as Mike, I believe it's Figueredo, who are two other LGBT members who left your guys' show. And it's like, do you ever just find yourself like, because I know like one of these issues was because you guys refused to use the term like birthing person or your position on trans people in sports. Do you ever just find yourself wanting to go down that right-wing pipeline and just give up on even trying to support the left? Because I know it can just probably get so exhausting after doing this for so many years, you know?
Yeah.
It could be profitable.
So a
Be
couple of things.
profitable!
Mike was
Oh,
not a
gotta
contributor.
burn.
He was part of the network earlier. He had left a long time ago. So I don't know what he's saying these days, but people make up stuff all the time. So those folks are never going to change my policy opinions to answer the core of your question, right? So it's not, and I get why and I wrote about this on X the other day. I get why regular people, if you call them a fascist, racist, even if they disagree with you 5%, just 5%, are going to go, okay, then I hate you guys. I mean, you're telling me you hate me, you're calling me crazy names, and you're pushing me out, so I guess I'll go be a Republican, right? That's how a normie reacts, because they're not in politics, and so they don't know all the different policies. They just know, oh, you guys hate me, so I guess I must be MAGA, right? And that's why they're winning these elections. But we're not going to do that, because we care deeply about policy. So I'm not going to be, oh, they offended me, or they hurt my feelings, so I'm going to change my policy positions, and I'm going to go support MAGA or become a Republican or be against trans rights. No, I'll never, ever do that. And they're not going to get us to move on our principles where we disagree, but they're also not going to get it.
I mean, he says that, but I feel like Anna specifically, Anna in particular, seems to be, Anna in particular seems to be going down a very particular path, if I'm understanding correctly. Cenk is right about that. I mean, I don't know about Cenk. I mean, I've only heard recently that his his slide into whatever he's doing now. But yeah, I don't know.
Us to move on our principles where we agree.
I know it's independent
right?
left from what I'm saying.
That's not a helpful way to go. On the other hand, back to the point I think Brianna was making, or one of you guys,
no, hold on. I'm not talking so much about independent left or something like that. It's more like so what was he saying right now? He was saying hold on. Let me actually backtrack a second.
They don't know all the different policies. They just know, oh, you guys hate me, so I guess I must be MAGA, right? And that's why they're winning these elections. But we're not going to do that, because we care deeply about policy. So I'm not going to be, oh, they offended me, or they hurt my feelings, so I'm going to change my policy positions, and I'm going to go support MAGA or become a Republican or be against trans rights. No, I'll never, ever do that.
Okay, okay. He's saying, okay, I'm not gonna do the thing where somebody calls me names or hurts my feelings, and so I'm gonna go MAGA. But, isn't that literally what he's doing? He's literally saying, I didn't like being called a Nazi. MAGA is coming towards me. And then Anna, even more so, right? I mean, it's one thing to be independent, like what Dr. Mann was saying, but, this doesn't seem to be, it's more, Oh, he's funded by a conservative Disney executive. He has lost basically every election. He's backed on the left. Take the hint. Anna, even more so, seems to be, willing to sell out her positions just because she's being love bombed by a certain section of the whatever, right? There was a moment here in the Twitch leaks where Anna hears what Hassan makes by playing video games, not mommy and daddy, miney. And she's like, why didn't I think of that? From that second, she had two choices: go the why I left the left route, or setting up a Feedy's mirror and parking on cam. Oh my god.
And they're not going to get us to move on our principles where we disagree, but they're also not going to get us to move.
Well, okay, Baboof, here's the real question, okay? What would you have preferred? Would you have preferred that she go the Feedy's mirror and barking on cam? Or would you want this current reality? That's the real question for you, right?
On our principles where we agree. Right?
What brings less pain into
not
the
a helpful
world?
way to go. On the other hand, back to the point I think Brianna was making, or one of you guys were, about Emma, right? So, like, now we all got bad feelings, etc. But look, I don't think that Emma's an evil person, and she's sitting there going, "Woo ha 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 ha!" I'm going to get them stuff. I'm sure that in her own mind, she went down this rabbit hole, and she really believes the things that she's saying, right? But what's really interesting is that I saw her recently saying that being anti-establishment is bad. I was like, wait, what?
Oh.
I mean, the one thing that all progressives agreed to was we're fighting against the establishment. We were fighting against Hillary Clinton and Joe Biden, et cetera. And it feels to me like they have now started to shift their positions to being pro-establishment, which is a mind trip.
Well, I think that's accurate.
Because they caught feelings about the populist left or something, and they're like, "Oh, if you're on Bernie's side, then I guess we're going to take our radical positions and go on Hillary's side or something." And I'm like, "Have you guys lost your minds? Like, what are you doing?
Yeah, what?
If in this next primary in 2028,
I'm sorry, that cannot be the context. That cannot be the context for this. Like, he is leaving something out, right? Like, this doesn't seem honest anyway. Cenk, no, please.
support a corporatist like Pete Buttigieg or Gavin Newsom instead of a populist candidate, that'll be a marriage of like total insanity in the Democratic Party.
So you're getting a Hillary Baghdad like Stone
anything in the world. And so I hope they don't go in that direction. I hope they regain their senses over the next 3 years so we can actually coalesce in the most important primary we'll ever have in our lifetime in 2028, and then pick a populist progressive that can actually win the primary and win the general election.
I want to ask about those principles because they're coming up again and again. And something that is sort of an undercurrent of this conversation is whether you prioritize strategy and optics and rhetoric or principles long term. And one of the things that I'm hearing from you, you mentioned earlier that progressives are always winning in the long term. Do you see making concessions on these maximalist positions as a temporary thing that you're doing in order to build bridges? Or is that something that you really believe that the maximalist positions are incorrect? Where do you land on that? And what does your strategy look like in terms of, tactically avoiding taking a more extreme position that you might actually believe in?
Yeah, so right now, I have the ability to just stick with the positions I believe.
Whatever you believe in, yeah.
So as it turns out, most of them are very popular. Okay, so in a sense, I got lucky there. But I also don't emphasize the positions I have that are not popular, right? So the example I used at AmFest, and I'll use it here, is I'm extreme on gun control. I don't think you should even be allowed to have a gun inside your house. I think you should be in a locker and you go and get it to go hunting or whatever.
Wow.
And so that's the rule in Japan and many European countries, and it's actually globally is a very moderate position. But in America, that would be extreme left.
Yeah, yeah. I don't think you'll get that passed, Cenk. I don't think that will be successful.
And Brianna, that's exactly my point.
Yeah.
Look, I think that that position would save tens of thousands of lives. And that's not theoretical about you offending
hold on.
me.
I'm sorry. What is this bestiality take he has? He has a bestiality take? Why does Cenk have a bestiality take? Can I have some oats, brother? Wait, you don't know? Oh no. What don't I know? Oh no, what don't I know? Oh no.
And hence,
what don't I
trans
know?
people died, and I'm not even bothering trying to make a logical connection, right? That is literally, on gun control, tens of thousands of people die because I think we have the wrong position. But am I going to stake the Democratic Party's electoral chances on that position? Hell no.
Right.
Hell no. Right? Because why would you die on an unpopular hill? That's insanity, right?
Yeah,
so
right.
I'm willing to sacrifice positions that I deeply feel and I'm attached to and I'm positive would save lives. Because you're not going to save those lives if you lose the election because you insisted on a maximalist position on any given issue. So for God's sake, we have to be, I'm not asking to be practical in the old school so-called moderate corporatist ways that mainstream media pushes. Oh, let's just be reasonable and give another corporate tax cut. No, that's not a real compromise. That's not where the American people are. But if you don't compromise on where American people actually are, well, you won't win, and that doesn't help anyone.
I think that's so well said.
Okay, hold on. I'm sorry. Shut up. Woo. Shut up. Shut up. We have bestiality to look at.
I have decided what that Boing Boing chick was doing. She was doing a jaywalking bestiality. Like, yeah, it might technically be a crime, but let's not waste the court's time on jaywalk.
Okay.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah, fair enough.
But here comes the controversial part, the part I shouldn't say. I believe that if I were the benevolent dictator of the world, I would legalize bestiality where you are giving, where you are pleasuring the animal. You see what I'm saying? Okay. Now why? Why did that happen? It's the dumbest thing I've said.
It really is the dumbest thing you said.
No, I'll tell you why. Because was the case that we covered where there was like a guy or a girl or something that was pleasuring a horse, and the horse came to a conclusion, right? So who got harmed?
You know that people who are okay, look, not to
wait,
be
wait, this is Anna? That's Anna? Oh my gosh, she really went. Hold on, she really went like the blonde. Holy, what is he? Oh my god.
About what you're saying, because what you're saying sounds kind of funny, but a lot of people who are being raped can actually like have an orgasm. So like if a guy is being raped, he can have an orgasm. Like you can't say, if you come, that means you wanted it. That's not the right way to go.
But number one, you're being an unbelievable downer.
I am, but that's the truth.
Number two, they're not both humans. Number three, I mean, if you really ask the horse, did you mind? The answer's got to be, no. Do you see what I'm saying? No.
This is such an awkward conversation.
It is. All right, I'm going to leave it be, okay?
Argy, why? Argy, no. What? Oh yeah, wait, why don't we have ponying? We need to have someone that add that immediately. I thought you knew this clip. I did not. Oh no. Oh, thank you, Joe. Oh no. Oh no. What is happening?
There's all kinds of policies. I personally
want.
Like, I don't know whether I don't know stuff.
I don't know. Argy, I don't know whether to thank you or curse you for that clip. Holy shit, dude.
Issue with non-binary people. I'll call people whatever pronoun they want, but we're at a point where there's a real policy question about which like parts of the transgender movement are going to be a priority and protected by law. And I think we've got to go with the ones that there's a lot of scientific evidence to justify like is a health concern. So I think like this is a problem the left has a lot of trouble making. The difference between, yes, like personally, I think that, like, I understand there are some advantages that trans women have in sports. Given the amount of suicidal ideation I had as a child, I think it's probably a wash. Like, if you just count it, I'm a fairly skilled runner myself, but I didn't have that training at a young age just because I was, like, slitting my wrists all the time, right? So I think there's, like, so I personally wish we could get to a point where you can have trans women in sports. It's just not politically sellable. So why have that fight? It's not that important. I need health care more than anything. I realize we don't have a ton of time left, so I want to hit you on just a few things. So I was one of the first people to set you up with Destiny and to get you
Okay, also, fucking Tai Long. Welcome in. Hello. Hold on. I have to say goodnight to Mr. Beans, so I will be right back. Literally 30 seconds. Be right back. Yeah, Mr. Beans is outie. I'm staying up too late for him. Okay, all right. Listen. At this point, I'm committing. Okay, we're just finishing this if we can. I'm wide awake.
To debate Destiny. I was behind you going on a show for the first time. I've helped set up this stuff.
Also, I'm pretty sure that Kid is not streaming, so I'm blaming this on Kid Notkin, okay? Because he could have been doing this content, but he's not, so I'm doing it instead, apparently.
In back channel, I did the debate on Wick TV the other day. We're like, because I know his producer Kyla wants to have you on for Bridges. And
who is yelling?
I don't.
That's Talos. Talos is yelling.
Where this bridge is right now between the two of them from some of your statements. So are you just really mad at Destiny? Like, how do you feel? Because if we're talking about building bridges, like, he does have a substantial like audience that is part of the Democratic Party, and I think they're important to reach out to as much as MAGA, if that makes sense.
Yeah. So look, no. I don't have any hard and fast rules about Destiny.
Sure.
And God knows I've debated him plenty. Right?
I think he won the last one. It was one of the few I think he's lost, was the should Biden drop out. So
yeah. I think I won them all, but
I think it's more of a wash, but okay.
So no, I don't have a hard and fast rule. It's just I'm exhausted from debating Destiny. Like, I've debated him on so many different issues, and I'm exhausted from beating him up. Like, brother, take a break.
What?
Like,
you have not
who's not as good as me.
Get out of here.
But anyways, the other thing is, like, he takes such contrarian positions, and I feel like he takes them just to be contrarian, and that gets exhausting too. So, but I don't want to make the same mistake that others are. So I'm not closed-minded about it. And if there's a logical debate to have, sure, we'll have that.
I will send you the information. I hope you will go on Bridges. Kyla is a lovely person. She's a really good friend of mine. No. And I think it would be good if you two were face to face to see if we can get this Destiny Jank bridge built. Because I think, like, I know both of you really well. And I think both of you are fundamentally good people. And I don't think you have.
We need the. We need Rezzy's bridge intro. She's such a lovely. Look at her getting two people together. Just kiss. Like, what the fuck? Bridges is a non-debate format, so that'd be cool. Yeah, no, I mean, okay, like, listen, realistically speaking, yeah, that probably wouldn't be a bad idea. It's just that, like, Brianna is she's such an unlikable person. That, like, this like, oh, just go on Bridges. It just sounds so. It's bitch eating crackers. Have you? Do y'all know bitch eating crackers? So there's this, like. I think I learned this from, like, some book. Okay, some book. I don't remember which book. But basically, bitch eating crackers is when, like, you hate somebody so much that anything that they do, even if they're just, like, eating crackers, is enough for you to, like, get set off, you know? So basically, BEC is, like, when somebody's BEC level, it means that, like, anything that they do, you can find something to hate about it. And I feel like Trump derangement syndrome, maybe that's like equivalent. I don't know. I just feel like with Brianna has reached that point for many people, I think. I don't think it's like even like a derangement syndrome. Because I feel like derangement syndrome implies that, I don't know. I don't know how. I like bitch eating crackers for like everyday people. You know what I mean? I will never not like Brianna. I will never not. Wait. I will never. I don't know why that phrase is breaking my brain right now. I will never not like Brianna. That means you like Brianna. Am I understanding that correctly? I don't know what. Okay. Sure. But I guess, like, do you mind me asking why? She's the most blocked person in the world, and Blue Sky, I think, is a special case. Bitch is actually eating crackers. Like, I guess I, like, you know, at first, like, when she first arrived on the scene, I kind of liked her. And then she very quickly wore out her welcome, I think. And then this whole angle that she's on is very, if she wasn't, you know, if she wasn't really on my shit list, but now she kind of is, you know, just because of this specific angle that she's on. I've always hated her. Giga Stacy. Oh, God. If a car went outside for a week, I don't have car alarm derangement syndrome. I'm just sick of it and would rather it not exist. Yeah, Chorley, that's one way of putting it. She's just, and to be fair, she is like she's everywhere, like everywhere, right? So I can understand it. It's just annoying and useless. Yeah. Yeah. Derangement syndrome implies that hatred is unfounded, hating Wu is super founded. Yes. Well, Taylor, no, I agree. I'm trying to find the functional difference between derangement syndrome and the bitch eating crackers thing. Because I think that the bitch eating crackers is also, really, I think it's like, with bitch eating crackers, I think that it is a bit of like an unfounded thing, like you're just being petty kind of deal. But also, I feel like bitch eating crackers is like, you've been exposed. It's just like with what Chole was saying with the car alarm. You've just been exposed to so much of that person, you haven't been able to get a break from this person. It's the familiarity breeds contempt thing, where like you're like everywhere you look, she's there. Like she's on every fucking podcast, you know, talking to everybody. And it gets old after a while, especially when she pulls the same shit that she does, like that she has with everybody, you know. Okay, hold on. She's significantly more down to earth than the people who don't like her. Okay. Wu is also a pragmatist that I find more useful than the Twitch poll leftist standards of bitching about the state of affairs and then doing nothing. Okay. Sure. I agree that she is doing more than the average lefty who is complaining about her. Sure. Hey, Taos. Leave him alone. You don't need to get in there. No, you don't need to get in there. Delfino Plaza, but it doesn't start. True. The thing with the car alarm is that she's annoying to begin with. She's the Delfino Plaza, but it doesn't start. She really is. I don't actually mind her as a person, but I know her whole story, and I find it obviated that her presence depends on everything that is repugnant about political mercenaries. Yeah, shut the fuck up, Kat. Look, I just think that I think that if you value pragmatism, I think that I think that if she's the only person who is actually doing things instead of just complaining about stuff online, then I think that's, like, I'm not saying you should find somebody better. I think that there should be better people for you to like. But, like, I think that you should also be aware that, like, so for example, like, so something that I've talked to about some people is that with some people, Shadow on Twitch especially, is that there are some lefties who will talk about all the issues, but then, like, realistically speaking, they don't do anything to make those changes, right? And how one of the ways that we can make those changes is by doing the boring jobs, like getting into the federal government, right? So, like, you won't ever find lefties who say, hey, I'm going to try to affect my change by getting into the federal government. The Onion, you understand that timing people, like, if you're being timed out, it's for a reason. If you think that that's a freedom of speech thing, I'm sorry. Like, like, you can just get fucked. Okay, here, let's see what Annabelle says. She does stuff that's not effective, and she might even agree with that, but she reminds me of when Destiny tried Kid Gloves on the right. She will eventually see it doesn't work. Yeah, sure, Annabelle. I just don't think that, like... I think it's tired. I think it's, like, she's... I don't know that I'm not sympathetic to the journey that she's making. Maybe that's a better way of putting it, right? She's not, whether you like it or not, okay, for multiple reasons, whether you like it or not, she is not a sympathetic person, right? I don't like that that's a part of it, but that is a part of it, right? Or that it's a factor at all. So she has that going against her. She's not a sympathetic person. And she's taking up these positions in a time where, like, I feel like this is like the worst time to be to be taking up this, to be going on this very specific arc. I feel like this is the not the worst time, but like it aligns very closely to, she could just be doing this because it makes money or whatever. Here I am wondering if she's a person. She's not sympathetic, like she's cold / harsh. Yeah, that's pretty true. That's that's part of it. But also, like, when I say sympathetic, what I mean is like, it's not like somebody could look at her and say, like, okay, I can understand why she's, I can understand why she's going on this arc. She's gone through X, Y, and Z. It has more to do, it's a little bit more to do with feelings than anything else. It's like, for example, like, I would say that I'm a more sympathetic person than Brianna Wu is. It's like, if I was... Okay, here's a good way of explaining that, right? Let's say I came out with a take that's kind of on the line when it comes to trans issues, okay? Let's say that I came out with that and I was like debating it with my chat or whatever it is, right? My chat wouldn't necessarily jump to me being a transphobe, depending on the thing, obviously, right? But like, they wouldn't jump to it being like, oh, she's just like revealing that she's been a transphobe all along, right? Like, I would be given the benefit of the doubt. Again, depending on what I said. But this is just an example, right? With her, it's like, anything that she does it's not convincing people that she's doing this out of the genuineness of her own heart and like as a result of all of her experiences with the left and shit. You know what I mean? She comes across as so dishonest that you don't want to give her the benefit of the doubt. You don't want to be sympathetic towards her position. I think it's fine to disagree with her tactics. That doesn't really make me dislike her, though. She's still the most pragmatic person in online poll. Sure, but I guess that I guess I just don't. I mean, I think that you could say that she does more, but I guess for me, like Annabelle, those things wouldn't still translate into me liking somebody. But I also understand. Like, I'm not knocking you. I mean, I think other people might, but I'm not personally knocking you for that opinion. I disagree, I guess. Interesting because the dishonesty is part of the practicality. Do you think so? Like, I don't think I don't know. Show me a win, just one. I mean, I think that, like, and maybe Annabelle can reply, but, like, talking to people could, like, reaching out, getting your opinions heard by more than just, like, some random person. If she got any policy, if she had any policy, like, you know, or any support for specific policies to her name, I think I'd be maybe a little bit more impressed. Like, if she canvassed or did anything like that, then I think I'd be more impressed. I don't know. Legit thought PV was a Saya Putao, poorly run, it seemed. Yeah, the PV stuff is not... I mean, I don't know if I really... like, think it was, like, dark money and all that shit, you know? It just kind of seemed, like, ineffectual. I see everything she touches turning to shit. If that isn't the case, please fill me in. Well, but see, this is the thing, though, Bog and stuff, is that I think that, like, you know, I mean, I think maybe other people see success where we would see shit, but, you know, I could be wrong. Also, hold on, where was this? What was this? Oh, was this a shortened version? This is a shortened version of the Sorry, I know this isn't the Brianna theme song, but this is kind of the Brianna theme song. Oh my god. Wow, this is awful, Cho. This doesn't say anything about it not... Oh no, I hate it. Cho, why would you do this? It doesn't say... Enough! Okay, yeah, enough, okay. You know that Cenk and her were repelling pack? Yeah, just, he's just not on some dumb bitch podcast. I didn't know that Cenk was also Rebellion Pack. Here, let's see if this is the Brianna theme song by Eddie Bombay. Oh my god, I love Tom Cardy, okay. And the evil. You're a cunt. Oh my god. I fucking love Tom Cardy. Wait, I need to... Hold on, I want to watch that again. Hold on. Oh, thank you. A special song just for you. You're a cunt. Oh my god, I love it. Thank you, everybody. That was amazing. That was
to
amazing.
agree on everything, to do good work together. Like we all agree, like these next 4 years of Trump are going to be really tough and that the rule of law is really important. So I think just starting from there, I think it's a good conversation.
Yeah. No problem. We'll figure it out. All that stuff will sort itself out. It's not that big a deal. I mean, there's now like this
Best national
theme
anthem.
online that, again, the bad faith, far left is taking, which is Cenk won't debate the left. I've debated Destiny like 14 times. I debated Hassan for 4 hours just like a month ago. I talked to Crystal Ball. I was on Brian Tyler Cohen today. I'm on with you. I mean, it goes on and on and on.
Yes.
Like, it's all bad faith. I don't know anybody who discusses and debates both the left, the right, and the middle more than I do. So if somebody says I'm not debating enough, they might not have turned on a computer in a while.
Amazing. All right, so I have a personal question for you. This is on my list of stuff. As I've gotten to know you over the years, I have the sense like if I...
Hey, Arjun, did you know that Rezi blocked me in his chats? He's such a... What did you do, Arjun Logos? What did you do? Destiny is a skinwalker. He's not on the left. I didn't do nothing. Wait, okay, hold on. Being politically active is a positive thing. Civic duty is a virtue. Thus, her helping people do that is a positive. Okay, Annadelle, but like, no. Okay, hold on. No, I think I agree that like, okay. I think you're right to want something more to come out of like what we do on Pritchpole, rather than just like the ineffectual whinings of like leftists online, okay? But if that's your standard, then it can't just be she canvassed, therefore she did better. No, it should be like significantly better, no? Not just like I went out and knocked on a few doors, right? It should be, I'm not saying like, I don't know what you mean by any of that. No, okay, hold on. Let me clarify, I guess, okay? So your specific criticism, here, let me try to bring it up, okay? Okay, here. Wu is also pragmatist, which I find more useful than the Twitchpole leftist standards of bitching about the state of affairs and then doing nothing. Okay, so I agree that, like, the Twitchpole leftist standard is bitching about online affairs and then doing nothing. Okay? That's fine, right? But would you agree that, like, you wouldn't then suddenly accept a leftist, a Twitchpole leftist who then knocks on like 2 doors and then also bitches online and does nothing else apart from knocking on 2 doors, right? Like you wouldn't say that person is significantly better than the leftist who bitches online and then does nothing, right? And so anyone, no, hold on a second, but I guess do you mind walking me through, like, or at least like bearing with me on that, right? I kind of would, but that is a pretty low bar. Okay, right. So so I guess I don't know about if Bong and stuff was saying this, but I would say that, like, if you were going to hold this person up, any person up as like a paragon of virtue compared to your average leftist online bitching about stuff, there should be something specific that you can point to that they were doing, right? Like, rather than just knocking on a few doors. No? Like, at least with Destiny, I feel like the canvassing that he did was you know, particularly for the like, you know, he I feel like with him it's been a bit more established. With her, it seems, I don't know what it is, you know? Like, it seems like more than anything, she just held Wick up for a while, right? I thought Wu would call donos for fundraising. It is her connecting DGG to PV for organizing. Okay. I mean, I guess people can evaluate whether that's, like, not worthwhile, but, like, if that is worthwhile. But, also, yes, Arjun, I'm sure he's just jealous of your writing. Did one need the other? I mean, I do think that if you're talking about, I mean, I don't see the issue in that. I feel like it is good that DGG, like, I mean, realistically speaking, like, I would support anything that does increase canvassing and stuff. I feel like if I'm remembering correctly, like the event that they had, the numbers that they came out with in the end didn't seem very impressive considering, like, all the hype that they had about it, but, like, maybe I'm just being picky on that specific front. You know what I mean? Like, what did they knock on, like, 200 doors or something like that? I could be misremembering. I don't know. So Wu specifically touts herself as a good trans that specifically agrees with 91% of what cons say, short of Wu and herself ending up in the wood chipper. I mean, I think that, like, Baboof, I would say that you know, I personally agree that she is, she's doing the Blair White thing to a certain degree, but, like, you know, I don't know that really, like, speaks to, like, the pragmatism front, right? 200 for how many tens of thousands? I mean, look, don't quote me on that 200 number, okay? That's just what I remember. I don't find canvassing worthwhile in general. I care more. Wasn't it like 200K? Wait, that's pretty true. That's what I want. That's what I mean. Somebody fact check me on this, please. Fact check me on this. I don't find canvassing worthwhile in general. I care more about that it was a venue for people to be more civically active. But see, Annadelle, this is what I mean is that, like, that, okay, this is what I mean, that this sounds just as vague and, like, this sounds too vague. It's too vague. What about, like, it's more for people to be more civically active? Like, do we have like data, like, for example, of, like, people registering to vote, and there was can we cite numbers, like, because of PV's involvement, this many people registered to vote? Because if we don't have those, then it kind of seems like, you know, what's the difference between that and, like, me telling my audience to go and register to vote? And then me feeling smug and happy because I did my civic duty by not only voting, but, like, encouraging my chat to vote, you know? I think that's my problem with this, is that it doesn't, you know, it's not that different from the original thing of online leftists bitching to the void. Supporting activity for activity's sake is retarded. No, I'm like, I mean, you can have your opinion about that. I understand that. I'm just saying that, like, by your own standard, Annadelle, she doesn't seem to stack up by what your standard should probably be. Maybe that's just me, though. Say what you will about the Führer. That guy was civically active. She wants the effective. I don't know. I'm like, I mean, maybe I'm only putting her up to this kind of a microscope because that's the standard that you say you like her for.
think of an individual that testosterone
Sorry, I
really
know, I'm
agreed
stunned
with
on
more
that.
than anyone on the show. You are literally the first person I think of. So I have always wanted to ask you, what is it like to have experienced testosterone, and I presume to have enjoyed it?
What?
I do. This is another thing that was forbidden to say, by the far left. No, I love being a male. And look, it's in my nature. And so, look, when I was a kid, I talked about this on the Young Turks, plenty of times, especially in our bonus episode for the members when we tell like more personal stories. So when I was a kid, I used to get into fights all the time. And the reason was because I like fighting. But I never got in trouble for it. And the principal was like, I don't understand how you're in this office every single week for a fight.
That's actually
I can't ever suspend you. I want to suspend you so bad, but I can't because you never started the fight. So what the hell's going on here? I never explained to him my secret. My secret was I would let the other guy take the first punch.
Wow.
Wow. Punch me in the face. I don't mind. Okay? Because I'm a male. Okay.
That's illegal. You can't say that.
I've got testosterone on overdrive here.
Yeah, you too.
And so eventually, I like the taste of blood in my mouth. Like I'm a fighter through and through.
What is happening
Okay.
to This feels
And
weird.
so eventually, I realized, wait, let's do this in a more societally acceptable way. So I became a middle linebacker.
Not gonna lie, this chat is making me stronger my conviction that leftists bitch about things and do nothing. No, here's the thing though, Annabelle, is that like I'll be honest and say, yeah, in this sense, what are we functionally doing? Like we're watching a video about some people and we are bitching about it. Like, is it going to result in an action in the real world? No. But like I can also acknowledge it's because, like, this is pretty specifically entertainment, right? What I don't like is when people, I'm also not pretending that it's anything more than that, right? With her, yeah, like, I mean, that's, like, I don't understand, like, I'm not claiming that it's anything more than that, right? What is annoying is when you have people who, well, there's two types of things that's annoying, right? There's two types of things. Like, one is when like the person is like, oh yeah, my stream is like we are revolutionary. Like, no, that's annoying, right? I understand that. Or there are people who are like, no, we can't do anything, and so we should give, like, no, but I don't know, it's, the other annoying thing is, like, acting as if just because we aren't, like, going out and doing something very specifically right now, it doesn't mean we can't criticize people like Brianna, right? Like, just because Brianna is getting criticized by someone who's not doing anything, that doesn't make the actual criticism, like, invalid, right? Hey, Intense Complex, welcome in. They aren't gonna be like, but Hitler? Wait, what? I'm not talking about the reacting, I'm talking about people making obviously bad faith understanding of what a virtue is by bringing up Hitler. Wait, what? Hold on. What about Hitler? I'm sorry. I don't understand the Hitler thing. It's like watching sports. I'm never going to be a linebacker. No, I mean, no. I think that there are more ways than we think to, like, get involved. Like, you know, again, what I was saying earlier. Like, a lot of people don't think, like, okay, this is gonna sound really, this is gonna sound very, this might sound cringe as fuck, okay? But, like about a couple years ago, I actually had an opportunity to I almost did this too, okay? But I didn't do it because I was going back and forth. I was going back and forth from the US and Canada at the time, okay? We had this like seminar, and the lady who ran the seminar, like she really liked me because I don't know, I contributed a lot to that. Like, you know, I participated a lot, and she was interested in what I had to say. And like, she was like, you know, she gave me her card, and she was like, you know, reach out to me, blah 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 blah. And I never did it because, again, I was going back and forth between the US and Canada. And later, it wasn't until way later that I realized that the lady, what was her name? It was the Department of State's like DEI initiative, okay? So I almost got involved. I almost reached out to and got involved in the Department of State's DEI initiative, okay? And it wasn't until late. This was like before everybody started like talking about DEI too. But it's so called. No, but like, listen, okay, but hear me out, okay? Hear me out. The thing is that if I'd gotten involved in it, like, that would have been me, being involved in the federal government in a way that could actually change, like, policy. Right? Like, say what you will about DEI, right? But if I had gotten involved in that initiative, I would have been involved, like, I would have been a cog in that wheel, right? Are you making policy or enforcing it? Well, see, that's the thing, is that, like, the whole point of what she was doing was she was developing the initiative. Like, she was developing the initiative, and what she was interested in was like what I was talking about was, I was talking about essentially I'm blanking on the term right now, but essentially it's like how you can implement how you can make like trainings more palatable and like interactive with people, so that they don't feel like they're just being lectured to, and then they don't have a way to like translate the lecture into real life, right? And this gets into more like technical behaviorist shit, but like that was the stuff that I was talking about with her, right? So like, theoretically speaking, if I was involved in it, I would have helped, well, this was my idea anyway. I would have helped to like shape the training so that it's more like seamless from like, for example, if you're giving an example of something you can say to somebody in real life, in the training, right? It's not just that you tell them this is something you could say. It's also like interactive things. It's acting it out. It's like practicing it, or like talking about like different ways that stuff would come up. It's like boring behaviorist shit, okay? But my point is that I would have had a more active role in shaping an actual like policy or initiative. And even if you like, yeah, I know the issues with DEI and everything else, but like this is something that you wouldn't, like, an ordinary person wouldn't really think, oh, this is like a way to like affect some change, is by getting into the federal government and like working for one of these things, right? Like, it's sometimes it's like the really small things too, right? And I'll say that, like, sometimes especially when you have certain leftists will, as soon as they say, like, fed beans, yeah, like, I know that's a joke, but some people don't joke about that. Like, I've been told very specifically that I'm not I wouldn't be, well, no, what was the phrase? That we don't want you because I work for the federal government. I think that's stupid, right? I just think that there's more ways to do this than to be whatever Brianna is, right? Like, it doesn't have to all be on camera, like, I'm personally making sure that, like, 70,000 people register to vote. It could be something as small as you're getting in and influencing policy in your own small way, right? If I speak on DEI, I'll be make trouble. L-Fed. It's okay to not want it bad enough. What do you mean intense complex? Hard to directly compare effectiveness of the world. Yeah, no, see, this is the thing. It's like, look, okay, realistically speaking, if I got into that program and I made that change to that training program and, like, DEI was a flop anyways, right? Like, would you say that's because of me? No, right? Like, yeah, or even if it was a success, would you say that was because of me? Probably not, right? But that's different. With Brianna, I think you can more directly say, hey, PV enabled, she funded, she helped fund PV, she helped run it, she blah, 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 blah. I think it's maybe a little bit easier to point to what PV has done right, no? If you work a government job, you're not a leftist. You're a leftist, so struggle to support themselves and live in the woods. Yeah, no, Phoebe and Jen. Okay, all right, let's finish this up. Jesus Christ. I'm stun locking hard now.
And then there's this funny story where they carried our high school football games on local public access back when
I'm almost done with this, right? Too. I might actually start the other.
And the guy doesn't know how to pronounce my name, and he tells a story about how our football coach suited up during practice, he said, you can hit me, because he's kind of a young guy in the shape and stuff. So he comes over the middle. I didn't like him much at all anyway, and I leveled, okay? And so the announcers tell that story, and then after I crunched some guy coming over the middle in the game, and they said, that's Cenk Uygur. He'll hit anybody.
That's Cenk Uygur.
So is this testosterone going into your brain? Like, are you just like, this is the super serum? Like, what was that like for you? Because I remember experiencing and going like, this is hell. I cannot think straight. Ew, it's doing all this stuff to my body.
Are they really asking about testosterone? You must have loved
all of this.
Like, they're actually genuinely asking about testosterone.
So I had when they were doing a smear job on me when I was running for Congress in 2020, I had an LA Times reporter call me and ask me, is it true that you like women? Yeah. I'm like, wait, is that illegal now? Is that unacceptable now? So, yes, I like women.
Jesus,
look, and part of the reason I tell people that is because don't be ashamed of who you are.
No.
Yes.
Right. Yeah.
Right? And, if you're male, female, you're trans, you're gay, there's nothing wrong with any of that, okay?
Right.
We don't fight for just some people. We fight for all people. We don't fight for some rights. We fight for all constitutional rights, right? So you have a right to be anyone you want, have any gender identity you want, and it's also okay to have the gender identity of fucking.
Cenk, explain not dysphoria to me. Yeah, what that does actually sound like what they're asking him to do. What the fuck?
Male.
I love that you're saying that. I just love that. I got 3 younger brothers, and this was always a sticky point for me trying to bring them over to the left at all, is they're like, I can't be proud of who I am if I'm believing in the intersectional model where it's like this white guy at the top and you're automatically an oppressor based on your identity. And it's like, how can we, that's where we want to rescue the left, is we want to bring them back and do exactly what you just said and celebrate all of the different identities that make that possible, including cis white men or men in general. Like, it's just, we need to bring that back. And I'm glad to see you like putting that here.
Yeah. And look, let me add one more thing to that. Not all masculinity is toxic masculinity.
No, of course not.
Right? So, like, and can we use language that other people can relate to? So when you say toxic masculinity, first of all, 90% of Americans just shut off their brain. Because they're like, it sounds like mumbo jumbo, I hate it. Okay? Number two, you made all men feel like any masculinity is toxic by definition, right? When in reality, if you just said to them, hey guys, if you're right-wingers and stuff, do you like guys who beat up their wives? They're all going to go, no. Hey, aren't those guys douchebags? Yeah, they're goddamn douchebags, right? And so that's toxic masculinity. When you take your aggression and you direct it towards people you should not direct it towards, right? And so whereas normal masculinity, there's nothing wrong with. There's nothing wrong with masculinity. And so when the left says or implies accidentally, I hope it's accidental, that there's something wrong with masculinity, guess what you're going to lose? Male voters. Is this rocket science? Not rocket science, is it? Right?
Again, is that like... Again, is that... okay, you know, I'll give this one a bit, like, and say that, you know, sometimes this specific, like, thing can escape, like, Twitter, you know? The leftist Twitter. But, like, again, the question is, like, this whole hate against men and or masculinity rather than just toxic masculinity, is that something that truly happens outside of Twitter, you know? Also, I am definitely gonna at least start the other bamboo one, because I'm done with this one now. And it's actually bigger than I thought it would be, so that's kind of cool. I thought it'd be like this small, you know? It has died down. Yeah, I don't know. I guess, like, I'm not begrudging him saying whatever he's saying. It's cute. Yeah, I like it. It's so cute. It has, like, a matching, here, let me get the other one. Where'd it go? Oh, here it is. It sucks. Shut up, Dr. Man. So this is a much simpler one, but it has, like, a matching pot and everything, so I'm definitely gonna make that one. Maybe it'll be faster, too. Who knows? I'm so white that drywall flinches when I enter the room, and I'm only being accused of being toxic myself by Freudian dreams. Soys. Good job, Beans. Oh, thank you. Okay, that second one was... The good job was not sarcastic. Okay. Build a Bionicle. I have to first watch the 13-hour video of, like, the Bionicle lore before I can get excited about Bionicles, okay?
And one more thing about that. I noticed, me and Anna noticed a couple of years back that when, like, if there was somebody being criticized, that Karen or someone who was right-wing, etc., people started adding in adjectives that they didn't need. Say,
white.
Yeah. White women shouldn't do this. Well, look at that white woman doing this. I was like, wait. Why are we talking about her being white? How is that relevant here, right? Yeah. So sometimes it could be if it's a racial issue, but then they would insert it into non-racial issues. And so, like, why are we saying the word white as if it's evil, right? As if it's bad. Or saying the word woman as if it's bad, right? Like, what are you guys doing? Snap out of it. Snap out of it. As progressives, as people on the left, we're supposed to be for everybody, right? We're not supposed to make the same mistake the right wing does. Right wing historically in this country protected privilege of certain people, white males, blah, 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 right?
Yeah.
Doing that exact opposite and protecting the privileges of minorities as opposed to white people or males is not any better. It's right wing in a different direction.
Yeah. So, Jake, I've got to tell you, my favorite Jank moment of all time was in your...
That video will make you even less enthusiastic. Just say no to defunct Legos. Oh no, Jan. Shots fired. You are allowed to shit on women if you preface it with white these days. I mean, I don't know how I feel about the whole like white thing, like, you know, inserting white women. Like, I mean, I think it can definitely be done in a dishonest or like a lazy way of signaling like privilege or whatever, right? I mean, I think it could be done dishonestly, for sure.
First debate with Destiny, where he was talking about somebody getting hit in the face with a skateboard, and this is the most male thing I've ever seen anyone do. And you go, skateboard, like getting hit in the face with a skateboard? That's nothing. And I was just like, yeah, that's the joke. I know. It was so over the top. But also, like, the other day on Piers Morgan, like, you really lost your temper at Dave Rubin. Like, it was a spectacle. Is there, like, I'm so torn because he has always been so kind to me in every interaction I've ever had with him. Yeah, I understand, like, there's a lot of history there. Is there any way that bridge gets rebuilt, or is it just on fire forever at this point?
No, on fire forever.
Wow. No.
Okay,
forever.
Is she
fire.
actually trying to sweep for Piers Morgan?
I mean, look, if
Did I just hear that correctly?
Did the biggest apology the internet's ever seen, okay, I'm a guy, I'll listen, right? But he told about a dozen lies about the Young Turks that were so outrageous, so fabricated out of.
Hold on. I'm actually like, hold on. Did he just like call? Was she just fucking glazing Piers Morgan?
Is there somebody getting
minorities as a correction?
Shut up.
Yeah. So, Jake, I've got to tell you, my favorite Jank moment of all time was in your first debate with Destiny, where he was talking about somebody getting hit in the face with a skateboard. And this is the most male thing I've ever seen anyone do. And you go, skateboard, like getting hit in the face with a skateboard? That's nothing. And I was just like, yeah, that's the Jank. I know. It was so over the top. But also, like, the other day on Piers Morgan, like, you really lost your temper at Dave Rubin. Like, it was
Dave Rubin.
It was a spectacle. Is there, like, I'm so torn because he has always been so.
Okay, I mean, look, I know we all hate Brianna, but my God, if she started blazing fucking Piers Morgan, I would have fucking lost it. Okay, Shank says he lets to get the worst hit.
So kind to me in every interaction I've ever had with him. Yeah, I understand, like, there's a lot of history there. Is there any way that bridge gets rebuilt, or is it just on fire forever at this point?
No, on fire forever.
She know he's not into her.
Oh no.
Okay,
forever fire.
Yeah, I mean, look, if he did the biggest apology the internet's ever seen, okay, I'm a guy, I'll listen, right? But
also, I like Piers. He's crazy, but he brings on content. Okay, no. The man is very content brained. Okay, but when I say, like, he's also, man, he's so slimy though. Like I don't care if people like him the same way that they like Trump because he's entertaining or something, but he's a slime ball. You know what I mean? Like, he is a slime ball. You have to see him talk to Roseanne Barr. I'm gonna be honest, I don't know who that is. The man is a demon. No, he's very content brained, okay? Like, you can respect Piers for that, even if you don't respect him for literally anything else. Dave Rubin or Piers Morgan? Piers Morgan. You have to separate content and personal opinions. Yeah. That's it too. Okay, that's it. He's just so slimy. That's it. He's just a slimy guy.
Is about the Young Turks that were so outrageous, so fabricated out of. Like, when I see someone making up things that don't even have like a plausible well, he said that and maybe he meant that, right? Okay, all right, maybe you wanted to interpret that. But when you make up something out of whole cloth, that shows to me overwhelming bad intent. So those the two guys I have in that bucket are Dave Rubin and Jimmy Dore. I mean, Jimmy Dore pretending that we were funded by the
Jimmy
CIA.
Dore is terrible. Yeah.
I mean, it's mental. So if they go, hey guys, hey Cenk, we're so sorry.
Jimmy
Here's
Dore.
the lies that we said, and we didn't, and we apologize. Okay, then fine, I'm having a conversation. But otherwise, no. And in terms of like the aggression, so there's a time and place for everything. Just like the story I told about how, I used to get in a fight when I was a kid, but I realized, hey, the better way is to become a middle linebacker, right? So, like, there's a time to fight when you're on air and, Rabbi Shmuley saying something insane, right? And there's a time to be kind, etc. And when you're off air, the time to be kind is almost always, right? And so very rarely somebody will mistake your kindness for weakness, and then you're going to have to show them that's not the case, right?
Right.
But there's no reason to yell at anyone in real life. That's crazy, right? So that's why, like, people, and then there's so many smears out there. Like, oh, you're bad to your employees. Are you crazy? We got people working here for 20 years, 22 years, 15 years, 10 years, 12 years, 17 years, on and on. People don't leave because we're so good to our employees. And so, because why?
Really?
What am I doing this for? If we believe in left-wing ideas of open-hearted, open-minded, why wouldn't you do that for your own employees? Of course you do, right? And it's just so, there's so much misinformation about us that it's frustrating. But yeah, behind the scenes, I think almost everybody has the same reaction that you do, Brianna. And that's why when the Bennies of the world come and hit us with a howitzer out of nowhere,
yeah,
we're like, oh, Benny, we were so kind to you.
I know.
We were so kind to you. We gave you a wife. We gave you a house to live in. We even let you keep the kids. Oh my god. But like also like it feels like he's protesting a bit too much. Like, oh, we treat no, none of our employees. None of our employees ever had any issues. Free wife, doggo, right? So good we disparaged the unionization efforts. Oh my god. Wait, is that actually what happened? That's actually hilarious. Did that actually? Holy shit, that'd be very funny if that's what happened. It's literally called sharecropping, Betty. Aeon, do you have the tea for us?
So many opportunities, and we
Or
never
the
said
TLDR
to
of the tea.
you, don't say the things that you're saying. So that for you to then go and say that we're not allowed to say the things we're saying and we're hurting people and say all these outrageous things about us, right?
Yeah.
That's why you see me get animated sometimes. And
it's not a value judgment, Cenk. I love it. It's in the place to lose your temper is on Piers Morgan. Like, it's a circus. That's the entire point of that show. So it's good entertainment. It's just like, I guess it's like I spent today writing emails back and forth with Jesse Singal, trying to like just find a way to stop being enemies publicly. And it involves some apologies. So I'm just saying, I don't know. I think the next 4 years are going to be so tough that any bridge building we can do is helpful, but I really understand where you're coming from at the same time.
Yeah, it's not Dave Rubin's positions that I would never speak to. It's him.
Fair enough.
It's
And so look, last things on that. Right? Look,
no, you're fine.
we've also got to give each other space
We'll look at it in a
to
second.
be in good faith. That if you assume that everyone who disagrees with you does it in bad faith, that's not the right way to go. And then, of course, there are times when somebody is in bad faith. Like my original co-host is Ben Mankiewicz. He's now the host of Turner Classic Movies.
Yeah.
He's a wonderful guy, and his dad was a kind and gentle soul. Frank Mankiewicz was the press secretary for Bobby Kennedy, ran McGovern's campaign, etc. And everybody loved Frank, his gentle soul. He was in World War II, and he
I've never seen Bean stream this long before. Come on, I've streamed for longer. Oh wait, okay. We are pushing. Usually my my streams don't last much more longer than like 4 or 5 hours. So we are overworking a bit today, okay? But it's also because I have not yet, like, I'm still not sleepy.
He's the guy who put the bombs in the little missile launcher, etc. And I said, do you know if you killed any Nazis? He's like, I don't know. I was just trying to make sure I didn't lose my fingers, right? He put the thing in. But my point is, even Frank, the kindest, gentlest soul, well, when you're at war with a Nazi, you got to fire missiles at him, right? So, but don't assume that the slightest altercation is World War II with Nazis.
Yeah.
Don't go to firing missiles until there's actual Nazis on the other side, right?
Yeah,
so you got to be able to make those judgment calls. And you know, I'll connect the skateboard thing to it. Like, Kyle Rittenhouse shot those two folks. One threw a plastic bag at him, and the other one hit him with a skateboard. And I know that a lot of people say, oh my God, that if somebody's hitting me with a skateboard, of course I get to shoot him in self-defense, right? But to me, no, brother, he didn't cross the Nazi line, the mortal line. Right? To me, I can take a couple of hits with a skateboard.
I know you can.
I don't want to, because I don't want to end that guy's life. I don't want to end that guy's life. And I want people to get there where we don't want to end each other. We just, and sometimes take a hit.
Okay.
And it takes more courage to take a punch than to throw a punch.
It wasn't value judgment, Cenk. It was just so
brave,
macho
so brave.
and cute, and I thought it was
brave.
really adorable. I think Taff had a couple of questions for you, so.
I mean, I would love to have a broader conversation with you about the tension between identity politics and class politics, but I think it's beyond the scope of the discussion. Just for the moment, on what we've been talking about, I think that there's a real valuable insight in the idea that sometimes you need to go through a bit of suffering in order to come out better on the other end. Earlier, we were talking about that tendency in the progressive universe not to do that. I was just reminded, like, trigger warnings, famously, they don't actually improve people's ability to read things with resilience. They actually make people more upset and more emotional because it seems like it primes people to be upset. And so there's a way in which, allowing people to sit in a little bit of discomfort, a little bit of suffering, they actually grow from that and they realize they're stronger than they maybe thought they did. So on that note, I think I would just want to thank you for bringing that masculine force into politics and that willingness, to say things and to be disagreed with and to be attacked, because we need people who are...
Pretty sure trigger warnings is something we're proven to be bad. Yeah, I mean, I heard about that, but what does that have to do with... What does that have to do with... Enough! Yeah, that's a... What does that have to do with, like... What does that have to do with this conversation? Am I misunderstanding something? Is it like, oh, thanks for being brave enough to, like, not do the trigger warnings? I don't know.
Willing to put themselves out there rather than just go with whatever the group is saying, because that's easy.
Know what I mean?
So, yeah, thank you.
Well, thank you for saying that. I appreciate it. One of the kindest compliments I got, or most badass compliment, let's put it that way, was from Arian Foster. So he was a legendary NFL running back, and he's on the left wing. And I was on his show, and he was talking about all the combat that I do with the right wing, etc. And he said, "You're kind of the sword of the left." And I was like, that's the best
compliment. Talk about
ever.
adversity, sure. Yeah, sure. I don't know why. I guess I don't understand the need for the whole, like... Hey, Rezi! Oh no, Rezi! Hey, thank you for the raid, Rezi. I'm gonna be honest, I thought I was gonna raid into you after this. I'm EP. Okay, fair enough. You had a long night yesterday. I hope your stream was good. Thank you for raiding. We're coming up on the end of this kind of soul-draining Cenk on Brianna Wu segment, okay? So if y'all want to be here for the tail end of that and watching me make some Lego, I'm making this set currently. Go ahead and click on that link so you can get counted as in my views. Take Ice Beans down. But yeah, get some rest, Rezzy. Also, happy birthday. All right.
And so it sounds like a Game of Thrones thing, and I love it. Oh, and the other one was Ida Rodriguez said, "You're an intellectual thug."
An intellectual thug.
She said the same thing about Anna, my co-host, Anna Gaspari, right? And I love that. I love being an intellectual thug. I love being the sword of the left. But if you're going to do that, you're going to...
That's the only kind of thug he'd ever be, I'm going to be honest. Okay, like, no. Can you imagine him? He's not an intellectual... Okay, never mind. I'm going to
get hit
shut
with a
up
couple
now.
of skateboards. And that's...
I think of you more as like a tiger at the zoo, and you never know when you see the tiger. He could just be hanging out, or he could be eating someone, and you just never know which jank you're gonna get.
You're not domesticated.
Not quite domesticated.
That's true. That's true. I'm definitely not domesticated because I do not obey. And so internally we joke about Piers Jenk and Lex Jenk.
Yeah.
So on Piers, I fight because they talk over me, and this is a very common tactic of the right. They'll just monopolize the time, and then they'll say outrageous things and won't let you respond. So that's not going to happen on my watch. You're not going to talk over me. I'm going to talk over you. Okay. So, but in situations where people are not doing that and they're just having calm, rational discourse, I never yell. Right? Never. So when I was on Lex Friedman's show, we did a 4-hour discussion, and people were like, "Whoa, I didn't know you could have a normal, calm discourse." And look at these interesting intellectual points he's making about corporatism versus capitalism. Yeah, if someone just asks me a normal question and then lets me respond, we're going to have an adult conversation. And that's beautiful, and that's what I prefer.
They should be.
But if you poke the tiger, you're going to get the tiger.
So let me ask you one more question before we go, Cenk. One of the reasons, like all of us on Dollcast, like my life was much better before I came out as publicly trans. It is much worse now in many ways. J.K. Rowling attacked me a few days ago. It's led to ungodly harassment. I got people like, there is a project to degrade me that has a cost. But, at the same time, I think the reason we're all doing this is we realize like trans rights are not going to survive on this course. Like trans rights have always expanded from the middle and talking to a broad audience. It seems like this last decade of being in the fringe and trying to push it towards the fringe, it seems like there's been a really big backlash. So I guess I have two questions. Like one, do you think that what we're trying to do on this show, your analysis as a political professional, like is this the right tactic for the trans movement?
Is she asking him to validate, like, whatever weird little podcast she's got going on? Like, is she saying, like, are we doing the right thing for trans people? Like, come on, glaze us a little bit. Are we doing the right thing? What? Of course, yeah, this is kind of sad. I'm gonna be honest. It's kind of like, hey, Omni, like it's trans people. Yeah, like it's a little weird, isn't it?
Real conversations across the spectrum, open, honest, more centrist. Is this the right move? And if you were in charge of the trans movement tomorrow, like let's pretend it's that Onion headline, like man put in charge of struggling feminist movement. Let's just say trans people elect Cenk as the president of trans rights. What would you do specifically? What would your top priority do? What would you change about our movement to get it back on course?
Yeah, so first of all, of course you guys are doing the right thing. I mean, at a bare minimum, just to represent the diversity of thought within the trans community has to be a good thing. Yeah. And if people say, no, we don't want diversity of thought, some trans people should shut up. That's crazy.
Yeah,
that's nuts, right?
We get that.
So I love that you guys are not obeying. And I love that you're putting out a perspective that a lot of people in the trans community agree with. And then the product of these discussions, centrist, left, whatever else it might be, is going to get us to the right answer eventually, right? Yeah. If you don't have those conversations, you never get.
Holy shit. Critical rad theory, that fucking. Those emotes, holy shit. Also, welcome in, Aeon Lord. How's it going? Yeah, Kitty.
Get to the right place, right? So I think you guys are doing an incredible job here. A great service, not just for the trans community, but for open-minded conversations, period.
Thank you so much for the follow, by the way. Hold on, oh, there you go. Yeah, thank you, Jan, for the follow. My alerts are a little fucked at the moment.
So thank you for that. And then, in terms of the question you asked about what would I do if I was in charge of the trans community, I agree. Funny thought. But by the way, non-trans people are also allowed to have opinions on that.
Sure.
Right?
Oh, yeah, totally.
Bro, what?
And so, like, sometimes people will say men shouldn't be allowed to have an opinion about abortion. No, that's.
I don't think we're running this so well, Jake. We could use all the help we can get. So.
No, we're all allowed to have opinions about everything, right?
Yeah, Shark's not a corporation.
So, what I would say is,
there's a head trans,
as I'm doing on the right-wing shows, I would say, draw the line on professional sports, right? And say, I get it.
And then there are several, like, vice presidents of trans.
The American people are not there yet. And if you want to make that argument, keep making a moral, persuasive, ideological argument while acknowledging that you haven't won yet, right, on that issue. I would say on constitutional rights, they are non-negotiable. We're either all 100% American or we're not, right? Is the Constitution real or is it not real? If the Constitution is real and we believe it, then we all have 100% same rights.
Nobody should have babies.
So we never give an inch on that. Now, then when you get into the issues that are more in the middle ground, look, I think that, as I said in the beginning of the show, that trans girls should be able to compete in high school sports, because even if, like, they want trigonometry, they're like, what if your daughter came in second in cross country because of it? I was like, wow. She'll second in anything in life. Like no, life is hard.
Wait a second. Hold on a second. I just realized something, okay? His position is that it's okay for trans people to participate in sports. AKA he is fine with them, like, participating as, like, in the, like, as the gender that, you know, that they're transitioning to, but not in professional sports? Like, don't they have to pass, like, don't they have to, right now, don't they have, like, pretty strict guidelines before they can perform in professional sports? Like, I don't understand what... I don't get it.
And so what? She came in second in cross. That's not the end of the world. Checking millions of kids' genitalia is 10,000 times worse.
Oh,
right?
So he just cares about...
That's my opinion.
Okay, I see. His position is he doesn't care because he doesn't want to have to, like... he doesn't want to have to say, oh yeah, we should go ahead and, like, check all the genitalia of all these kids. Like, that's literally his like, that's the issue that he has with it. It's not that, like... It just seems incompatible with, it just seems incompatible with what I'm pretty sure already happens, right? Also, thank you so much for the follow, Cowbanga Andy. Guidelines are pretty strict, which is funny because Lefty said it should be up the org before. Wait, up the org? What do you mean up the org? Up to the org? I mean, I don't remember what I don't remember what, like, the... Yeah, I mean, I know that I've heard that the guidelines are pretty strict to the point where, like, you can even have, like, you know, biological women who get disqualified or whatever because they're just, their levels of testosterone are just higher than normal or whatever, right? Why would you even need to check the pants? I thought the right can always tell. Well, you know. I'm missing a piece. Okay, all right. Yeah, it just seems weird. Like, okay, all right, whatever.
And I would fight for that. But if we lost on that in some places, I wouldn't then push everyone else away and say they're Nazis and evil and racist, transphobic. Yeah. I would say, that's okay. We'll come back. We'll come back and have that debate another time. And I've already lived through this, guys. We lived through it during gay marriage, right?
Yeah.
So in that fight, we never gave ground because it was a core constitutional right, right? But we also spoke other people's language in order to win them over. Instead of pushing them out, what we would say look, if you had a relationship that your parents didn't approve of, all right, I've already triggered in people's minds, oh, yeah, I had a relationship my parents didn't approve of. That's probably happened for, 60, 70% of people, right? Would you want them to be able to block that relationship?
Yeah.
People go, oh, no, right. I guess I wouldn't, right? And so you start to talk their language and you say, and what I say to them is, guys, imagine that you were born biologically male in Nebraska, but you feel that you're a woman, right?
Yeah.
Do you know what kind of courage it takes to come out and say that in the middle of Nebraska?
Yeah.
And you respect that courage. Yeah. Do you think that they're doing it willy-nilly just because they feel like it? Or that might be something that is so irresistible, such a core part of their identity, that they have the enormous courage to come out and say it and make a change in their lives. So now I'm talking about courage, a thing that they respect, honor, things that they respect, right? Mm-hmm. And so, and saying, guys.
Also, I feel like everybody, including Brianna, has like tuned him out at this point. Maybe it's just me. Like when they flipped through all four of them or whatever, it was just like they were. I felt like I just saw like the 1,000-yard stare in all of them.
Okay, so now they got this crazy thing that gender doesn't exist, and you guys are all lying. Like this is the right wing's ideology, right? Or not the all right wing, but some portion of the right wing. They're all lying, and they're just making this up.
We're really committed to it. We're really committed to it.
We are. I mean, you've committed all the way, right? I'm like, guys, did it ever occur to you that maybe what's in your head isn't in their head? That there's something else in their head, and they're reacting to that, right? Yeah. So as you're fighting for not moving on constitutional rights and making sure everybody's treated with equality and justice, you're also building bridges so you could win those arguments later. Yeah. And like I said, we already did this for gay marriage. So there is a winning formula. Let's use the winning formula, build those bridges, and start to share with the other side rather than pushing the other side away so they can begin to relate to us. Because if they don't relate to us, they'll never want to fight for you. Right. They'll always want to put you outside the wagons. But the minute you get them to think that you might be inside the wagons, that's when the right wing gets triggered too. We protect.
Inside the wagons?
That's right. That's right. And I know this because I was the first person to transition at the University of Mississippi. And there's an argument you can make to right-wingers, which is, it's my body. This is how I feel most comfortable. Give me the freedom to do what I want, and they will have your back on that. There's an argument that's gender doesn't exist, and your daughter needs to see penises in the locker room, and if you have an issue with that, it's oppression, and you're going to be referred to as a birthing person from now on. Like, they're going to freak out about that. So there's just, I think, so much of this, it's the tone is just completely off, and the policies we're pursuing are not important. Taff, you said this. I think it's a famous quote. I'm going to repeat it every day. I don't need anyone to believe that I'm a woman. I just need them to give me control over my own body and to respect those decisions, and that's it. And the rest is going to work it out, because no matter where I go in life, people call me she, which is all I need. So
yeah. Look, I'll end on the last couple of things here. First of all, 100% agree with what I just said. Look, Anna's now infamous tweet is lied about in retrospect. You can actually go see the
is it?
Right? So she didn't say, I don't want anyone called a birthing person. She said, if you want to be called a birthing person, I respect that, right? Yeah. But I'd like to be called a woman. And I'm hoping that you respect that. Yeah. Right? And
is that what she said?
never talked to a normie, someone who is not in politics,
I wanna
who
look that
thought
up.
that was anything but the most obvious thing they have ever seen. Right?
Of course.
And so, how is it that the left says no? You're not allowed to be called a woman. Okay, like that's, or you're not even allowed to request that. Because if you request that, you're feeding a right-wing narrative or something.
Thank you
along
so much
those
for the
lines.
follow, by the way. Hold on. Let me pull it up. Leah Lancaster, thank you.
No,
I thought we respected pronouns.
Look it up?
It's
Yeah,
crazy.
I'm looking it up
Well,
now.
that's the thing, Brianna, is that like the rights have to go two ways.
Yes.
And, like, I think it's
I'm a woman. Please don't ever refer to me as a person with a uterus, birthing person, or person who menstruates. How do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. She did say me, but then she followed it up with, how do people not realize how degrading this is? You can support the transgender community without doing this shit. Like, this is pretty specifically, like, also thank you, Tobes. Like, this is pretty specifically making a value judgment on that statement. Not just, like, saying, you know, please don't refer to... I mean, she is saying it, the serf, so what did the serf say? It's the right who wants to label people based on their genital organs. You're only a biological woman if you have birthing organs or menstruate. Trans activists are always the first to say there's a difference between trans and cis women because it's what makes them trans. That's Twitter. She had addressed it live. Ooh, okay. That's actually what she said. I was watching it when it happened. Well, like, what did she say though? Like, what did you know? I'm sorry. I don't know if you have a clip. It was literally a hearing regarding childbirth and shit. It's literally just expanded Twitter brain horseshit. I don't know either. Well, if somebody has a clip of what she said specifically, I'd like to see it because I do want to know.
totally legitimate to be like, I would prefer to be called a woman. I'd prefer to be called she,
That was
her.
a while ago,
But then
especially
you
in
also
Trump
have
years.
to
Oh my god, I
respect
feel you.
that other people might say, I would prefer not to be called a birthing person, right?
Yeah.
And if you have a world where people can make those requests of people and you can choose to honor it, it has to go both ways. And I think as we lose people as soon as it becomes only about our feelings and our rights and not about anyone else's. So this is just something that we keep hitting on the Dollcast is mutual respect for people's rights.
I love it. That's exactly right. So let's get back to common ground. Let's get back to uniting as a country. And if we unite as a country, then all of us will seem inside the wagons. And instead of constantly fighting one another, we'll begin to protect one another. And not only will that help all Americans, but the two groups of Americans it'll help the most is trans and Muslim Americans.
That's right.
So please, let's expand the wagons, bring everybody in, stop pushing people out.
I love it. Well, Cenk, thank you so much for being here. And on a personal note, like, thank you for all the years of work we've done together. Like, I truly, if I made a list of the 5 people I think have the most integrity that I've met through my whole career, and I know a lot of people. Like, I'm pretty well known. Like, you would really be at the top of that list. And I really wish more people knew who you are, who is a very sweet person who just gives and gives and gives to everyone in sight and just is beaten up constantly on the internet. It is hard to watch. And, I hope people are watching this interview today and get to see the real you because it's who you are behind the scenes.
Clap.
Thank you so much, everybody.
Wow.
Really
So
appreciate
thank
it.
you.
Thank you for doing this show and thank you for having me on.
Bye.
We'll talk
Thank
again
you.
soon.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
All
See,
right.
I could've-
Remove from stage.
I could have ended this a long time ago. Okay. No, you hang up. No, you. Okay, yeah. Okay. Yes, please. If somebody has that clip, I would very much appreciate it. I can also look myself. Gawk to a dick suck on that thing. Shut the fuck up, Beans. Let them fuck. No, it's disgusting. They can goon on their own time, okay? Oh my god. Okay, hold on. Maybe I can find it. Who knows? Our bravest warriors. Hey, Cowabunga Andy. Anna Kasparian, birthing person. Oh, here you go. Anna Kasparian on the birthing person saga. Okay, maybe if someone has like, oh, there's a Vosh video, but that's not what I want. Hold on. Leftists lose it. Tim. Wait, let's just look at this one. Maybe it won't be like completely clipped out of context.
I do not like to be bullied or pressured into saying things or believing things that I do not believe. I find that terminology degrading. I'm not a birthing person, okay? I'm a woman.
What's wrong with being called a birthing person?
Well, first of all,
it's not the clip. Okay, wait, hold on.
Not all women even have the capacity to get pregnant. So it's degrading to them to be essentially to have their womanhood questioned if like they're not
what a point
if they're unable to have kids to begin with. But also, I mean, look, they'll turn around and they'll say, no one's calling you a birthing person. Okay, does someone need to call an individual who finds the N-word offensive the N-word in order for him or her to find it offensive or degrading? And besides which, I was called that, yes, in a medical setting. And in California, medical providers are basically like told that there will be penalties if they don't use the proper terminology or if they're caught doing anything discriminatory toward the trans community. Now, if they're actually doing something discriminatory toward the trans community, I think medical providers absolutely should face consequences. But the idea that we should...
Give me a second. Talos, what is going on? What do you want, buddy? Why? I'm assuming y'all can hear this yelling.
Change all of our terminology, even toward women who want to be called women, in order to be inclusive is ridiculous to me. Now, if a transgender person wants to be called that, fantastic. I respect it. I'll do it. I'll engage in it. But I think in the context of my relationship with my doctors, I want to be called a woman. It's not that difficult. It is my personal preference. That doesn't mean that I in any way believe that transgender people should be treated differently or that they should be discriminated against or that they should not live lives of dignity. I have had an entire career defending them, supporting them, and this one issue led to ridiculous outrage among a fringe component of that community. They are not representative of the entire transgender community, and for that fringe component, if they think that they're gonna shut me up and force me to say things I don't believe, they've got another thing coming, okay? I'm gonna say what I think.
Wow, so brave. Okay, wait, was this the clip, by the way? Critical Rad? Oh, it's on the TYT somewhere buried in the VODs. Okay. I'll probably look at it. I'll look at it later and find it because, I mean, on one hand, I get that she doesn't want to be called a birthing person. That I don't have like a problem with, I guess. Also, that's such a cute emote. Holy shit. That's so cute. But like, the birthing person thing was so stupid, dude. The birthing person thing was so stupid. Like, it's a fucking medical term. Like, it's a medical term. I miss having the rise of emotes, yeah. It's the assumption that the transes are coming for you if you use the wrong language. She even said it as a fringe that went a little, yeah. I don't think that is a medical term. What, birthing person? She said it was a medical term. She said her medical provider used it. And not that I'm taking her word for it. I'm just saying that, like, in this context, I don't think people are advocating that, like, instead of calling them women, we should just refer to them as birthing person. Like, for everyday conversation. You know what I mean? What is the bottom right video? You mean this? Hey, Rakasan, welcome in. I don't expect you to take what I'm saying at face value. It's somewhere in the middle. Yeah, no. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm not super sympathetic towards Anna specifically, but like, I am mildly curious to see what it was that she actually said. You know, uteroids need to calm the fuck. Jesus Christ. Fallopian tube hour. Like, it's not a Look, okay, I feel like Contra, I think it was like ContraPoints who said this, like, it's not, these are terms that are, like, these terms feel like experimental, and they kind of are, right? Because we don't really have, like, a good catch-all term for, like, we don't really have a good catch-all term. And we don't have a snappy one. And in the meantime, we're going to come up with some weird-sounding ones, and it's going to be awkward, and people aren't going to like it. Like, I just feel like it is what it is. I think you can say you don't like a term. I think you can say that it's, like, that you feel like it's degrading. But, like, I don't get the hate, like, because I don't feel like I see people who are saying you need to say birthing persons or you will get, like, canceled, you know? Ovary being I don't know. I just think that, like, I could not care less if technical language is technical. It must be very gender affirming for her to get emotional about it. No, like, look, I understand that, like, in the sense that, you know, in the sense that she doesn't want to be, like, I can genuinely understand it if she, or really, like, okay, let's take Anna out of it, right? I can understand it if somebody would look at that term birthing person and think that it, like, is removing, like, their womanhood, you know? I don't like when language changes. It makes me very ungay. Ball pit mode? Okay, yeah, sure, why not? We'll finish out with some ball pit mode. Alright, ball pit mode is on, so go ahead and spam those emotes, okay? Let's get some music up. I am very tired. I don't think it's a technical term. If anything, a technical term would be person who can give birth, as birthing person would literally mean someone giving birth right now. Yeah, no, Annadelle, but you understand, I guess, like, I mean, I don't know if, like, we don't actually know, like, if it's the birthing person versus person who's giving birth, right? I'm actually curious now. Now I'm actually curious. Now I actually want to look into this. Fallopian Casparian rolls down the tongue way too easy, Keck. Oh, it does. Oh, you gotta put the space in there. I just dropped Jet off work and it's time for Path of Exile. Nice. It all started with some clinic in the UK. I don't know, Annadelle. I'm looking. I just looked. I'll pull it up in a second when both with modes. Hydrate? Okay, actually, yeah, this is a good time to get some water. Let me go get that water. Be right back. Oops. No, you don't have to trust. Don't worry. Here. You have about like 3 seconds to get rid of the. Oh, there we go. All right, sweet. Oh, I was looking for that specific. All right, say goodbye to the ball pit mode, okay? I hate that these are all my avatar, y'all wild. That's a lot of balls. Well, here you go. Okay, so they're still coming, all of the toms. Okay, wait, where is this? Unplug the bath. So, inclusive and gender neutral language. This is from the National Institutes of Health, right? Where was this? Here we go. Both pregnant women and pregnant people are acceptable phrases. It is not always necessary to avoid the word women by substituting phrases by birthing people or people with uteruses, especially in public health content. It is not always necessary to avoid the word women. Gender-neutral terms like pregnant patients, pregnant people, birth parent, or other wording as applicable, example, pregnant teens, present an inclusive alternative. Use judgment and context to determine whether to use pregnant women, pregnant people, pregnant patients, or other inclusive descriptors. Specific phrasing like people with uteruses can be helpful when writing NOFOs. What is a NOFOs? Or advertising studies to ensure only eligible participants are enrolled for the specific research conducted. So, I mean, it looks like it is a term that is used in a medical setting, depending on what it is. It just doesn't seem like, even from what this is saying, it doesn't, like, you know, I could be wrong. If somebody wants to find me, like, specifically, like, the you know, like if there was a place that was like, we are going to penalize you or some shit if you don't use the word pregnant or birthing person, this seems to imply that like it can be you, like you don't have to avoid the word women. I don't think any doctor has used that term. This is literally a guide for like the National Institute, from the National Institutes of Health. Do you really think that like any doctor has not used that term, Annabelle? Like, I find that very, very... I'm pressing X to doubt. Like, you're saying that like no doctor is using... Okay, I mean, sure. I'm not gonna argue with you if you think that no doctor has started using like birth parent. Sure. I don't know. I'm just saying that I feel like they would have some people probably would have started saying stuff like that. Maybe not birthing person, but like birth parent, or just more gender neutral alternative language, right? I mean, she very well could be responding to like just Twitter shit, right? I don't know. Birth parent doesn't mean person who gave birth though. Birth parent means biological parent. Yeah, but like you understand that the point of saying birth parent is to use another word that is not gender, like that is not like woman or man or whatever. Like I understand that the birth parent specifically is like very technically okay. I'm not arguing this. When did Grackle hack Annabelle? Alright, buddy. I have too many Lego on my table to like just use carrier. Jesus Christ. Just call it cradle carriers. No, you're right. You're like technically right, Annabelle, but practically I don't know if you are. In the sense that like if like, for example, if a doctor is going to be using like birth parent because they want to avoid using the word women. They're not gonna sit and quibble over the fact that like this person might not actually be their biological parent. The point is to not use the word women in that case. So there, maybe they would use birth parent. No? That's what I mean. Like, you're technically right. But if the point is to avoid... Okay, I'm done. I think I destroyed Crackle. Alright, I'm so tired, y'all. I'm so tired. Who are we rating? I've overworked so hard. Okay. Who is even on? Ooh, Gappy's on. Short stream today, huh? Omni. Jesus Christ. I've Good night, yes. I'm gonna include birthing person in my language at work and record the doctor saying birthing person in a confused voice. The use for it in the UK that started it all was for a survey about perinatal care and wanted to get the female patient. Gotcha. Run Beans. Raid Muscle Girls 88. Dr. the Man. Muscle Girls 88. Who the hell is that? Raid Maya. Ooh. Who, what is Muscle Girls 88? Dr. the Man not beating the gooning allegations. Let's go. Let's see what they are. Let's see what they're on. No, I'm not rating Hitler. Hitler's not even live right now. Hold on. Ooh, Gappy's doing Celeste. Let's take a look. Argentinian stream Hitler. This convo made me gay? Oh, that's good, right? Alright, listen. Y'all. Be good. I don't know if I'll be streaming tomorrow just because of how fucking tired I am today. I am gonna try to get in one more stream before the year ends though. So, yes, get in the Discord, share your pet pics. I'll let you know when I'm streaming next in the Discord, okay? Also next, I'm gonna try, next stream, I'm gonna try to do a 2025 bingo. So, you know, that'll be fun. Okay, here, we're gonna... Alright, be good. I will see y'all soon. Thank you so much for hanging out with me. Good night, y'all. I'm going to sleep. It's 3:30 in the fucking morning. Alright, bye.